Sunshine and the air that we breathe, oh Lord, we thank Thee. Thank Thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank Thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank Thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, oh Lord, we thank Thee. Oh yes, we thank Thee, Lord, for every flower that blooms, birds that sing, fish that swim, and the light of the moon. We thank Thee every day as we kneel and pray, that we were born with eyes to see these things.
Hey, my friend. Today I want to remind you of a simple truth. That you can win if you put your mind, or if you put in the work. You can win if you put in the work. You see, success is rarely an accident. Behind every achievement is someone who showed up consistently, stayed committed, and kept going even when they didn't feel like it. It is easy to admire the results people have, but we often don't see the sacrifices, the discipline, and long hours that made those results possible. The good news is that the same principles work for you today. If you're willing to do the work, you can create the future you desire. Don't be discouraged by how far you still have to go. Focus on today's assignment. One step, one task, one improvement at a time may seem small, but those small efforts compound into remarkable outcomes. There will be days when progress feels slow and motivation feels low. On those days, remember that consistency is more powerful than occasional bursts of effort. Keep showing up, keep learning, and keep growing. Your dreams are valid, but dreams become reality when they are backed by action. The opportunities you are praying for will often meet you on the path of preparation and hard work. So give today your best. Put your hands to the work before you, trust God with the results, and believe that every effort is moving you closer to your victory. Good morning.
The pastures were
that we are halfway through another week and already more than halfway through the month of June. And time has a way of moving quietly when everyone is busy chasing deadlines, opportunities, and the next item on the to-do list. Well, this is the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nitrebi Hammond. Thank you very much for choosing us this morning. And Wednesday is one of those days that doesn't ask for excitement, it asks for consistency. It is a day you keep showing up, keep pushing, and keep building even when nobody is clapping yet. And so wherever you are listening from this morning, in traffic, at home, at the office, in your shop, or on your way to work, thank you very much for making this part of your day. As always, we'll bring you the business stories, the market trends, and the conversation shaping Ghana's economy and your everyday life. And we're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Please do well to like, comment, follow, and share with your family and friends and get them to be a part of the show this morning. It's Wednesday, and let's stay focused, let's stay informed, and let's keep moving, as always, for God and country. yes, we sure nothing can come against your life, And this morning, I just want to take that inspiration and talk a bit about the Black Stars. It's match day, and so I know that people have all kinds of reservations about the Black Stars, saying all kinds of things. But this morning, I want you to know that say Yehovah Eshirawa, nothing can come against you. And so that is our hope this morning. Some people say that football doesn't have anything, any spiritual connotation or anything. But Charlie, I tell you that it is serious. And I mean, we can pray. I mean, Charlie, we put our hope in the Lord this morning. And I know that by the end of, or by close of day today, or by the end of our match today, Black Stars going to emerge victorious because God has blessed us. Yes, we're a blessed nation and we are going into the World Cup. We're not relying on our strength. In fact, we don't even have any strength, but we are not relying on any strength. We are just going there to go and do what we have to do and come back home when the time is due. But anyway, thank you very much for choosing us this morning. And I want you to take inspiration for that word as well. This morning, I don't know, but I know that there's a blessing upon your life, and because there's a blessing, it doesn't matter what the enemy does. We saw what happened to Joseph in the Bible. Was sold into slavery, all kinds of things, But all of that, through it all, the Lord kept him because the hand of the Lord was with him. We can also talk about Daniel. He was put in a lion's den. The lions were hungry, according to the song as well. But this man was in there. The lions couldn't chew because the hand of the Lord. The Bible says that God was with him, and that is actually what delivered him. Even Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fire, the Bible says that there was there's a fourth man in there with them. And that shows us that when God is with you, nothing can go wrong. And so this morning, that is my word for you. Wherever you are, wherever you find yourself, whatever is happening to you at this moment of your life, I just want you to know that God's hand is upon you. And so because of that, nothing negative can happen to you. And that is my word for you this morning. Thank you very much for choosing us this morning. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Please do well to head there and share the link with your family and friends and get them to be a part of the show this morning. And this morning, we have a lot of things coming up for you. As always, we're going to begin with our news review segment. And then right after that, at exactly 7 o'clock, we bring you the business news. We take you into the world of business and serve you all the latest in the world of business. And then right after that, at exactly 7:30, I come your way with a business brief segment. And I get to share something briefly with you in line with our roundtable discussion for the day. And then right after that, also, we get into our market trends segment. Emmanuel Boateng, our in-house economic analyst, will be joining me for a very important conversation. We started a very good conversation yesterday talking about the Casapreco IPO and its Casapreco's listing and all of that. We'll continue the conversation here and try to understand a few things. And then right after that, we wrap everything up with our roundtable discussion. Today, we're talking about marketing an emerging brand. And so if you have an emerging brand, we're going to give you all the tips and all the the insights into how you can be able to market your brand, because we know there's a big problem. The market is already there, people are already in the market, and you are now coming. Sometimes it's very difficult because you struggle with a lot of things. This morning we try to have a conversation on that, just so that you'll be able to really do well. And like as you always know, this show is purposely for those who are running their businesses, those who are looking at getting into the business or want to make sense of the business space really, and young professionals and all of that. And so we have conversations that will propel your business forward, and that is why the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM exists. And we don't talk any politics, we don't make all the noise here. We only give you value, no noise, just value, so that you can be able to do business very, very well. And so don't go anywhere, stay with us right here on the show. We'll serve you all of that. You can interact with us on our social media platforms, on Instagram, Facebook, and X. We are at ZFMGH, and on TikTok and YouTube at Z Multimedia. Please feel free to drop a comment under the live stream there, and we'll read your messages for you. Also, you can send us a WhatsApp on 0544 321019, 0544 321019. You can also call us on 030 3956641, 030 3956641, and then we will give you the opportunity to share your thoughts with us this morning. If you have birthday wishes, feel free to send them to me as well. I'm happy to do you the honors this morning. Yes, but we're taking a very special turn this morning. On my way to work, I saw a lot of people in Ghana jerseys. Yes, I saw so many people in Ghana jerseys. I this morning want to do something special. If you're wearing a Ghana jersey, you can send us a selfie. Take a selfie of yourself and send it to us on 0544321019. 0544321019. Send us a WhatsApp, or you can also tweet at us as ZFMGH on X, ZFMGH. On X, and we'll be very glad to see your pictures, your beautiful pictures of you in Ghana, in the Ghana colors and in Ghana jersey this morning. And so, thank you very much. We'll be looking forward to all your pictures. Take pictures with your family and friends and share with us this morning. We'll put them on our social media platforms and also promote the Black Stars today. All right, so let's get into all we have to do. And like I said, we're beginning with our news review segment. Please stay tuned. This morning, and we're beginning with a new final newspaper. On the front page, U.S.-Iran peace deal to trigger sharp drop in oil prices, and that is coming from a financial analyst. The story is on page 2 of the paper. Also, banking sector remains strong, but credit risks persist, and that is coming from the Bank of Ghana governor. Story is also on page 2. Now, this one says that parties' availability for opening against Panama still uncertain, and that story is on page 15. Now, Ghana signs landmark debt restructuring deal with Denmark, and story is on page 12. Also, page 9, story says that tax to GDP ratio improves to 14% in 2025, and that's coming from the Deputy Minister for Finance. Let's do some inside stories now. This one says that oversubscribed IPOs signal a turning point for Ghana's capital market, and that's coming from an analyst. And also, this one says that Ashanti Regional Minister vows crackdown on encroachment in KNUST. And Ghana launches National Research Fund and calls for research lead development. And also, port charges hindering access to donated medicines. Breast Care International says that. Also, GPRTU eyes cashless transport system to curb robbery attacks on drivers. And GES interdicts teacher over alleged sexual misconduct. And police arrest suspect in murder of UCC student. And also, this one says that fuel price expected to adjust downward after Middle East peace agreement. And gold surges about $4,300. Also, S&P affirms RVXing Bank at BBB plus as assets surge. And also, oil holds below $83 as markets await U.S.-Iran peace agreement. And T-bills extend recovery with 13.6% oversubscription. Also, bank staff warned against collusion in collateral fraud. And so those are some stories there. Now, some international news in the New Finder newspaper. Now, Kenya to compensate victims of protest abuses. And also, world leaders face tough talks at G7 summit. And South Africa faces backlash over xenophobia claims. And so those are some of the stories there as well. Or some more news stories in the New Finder newspaper. Ghana signs landmark debt restructuring deal with Denmark. Okay, I already read that one. Now, this one says that ENI Ghana and Italian Development Agency partner to drive jobs in Ghana. And Cocoa defense cocoa price intervention. All right, these are some of the stories making waves this morning in a New Finder newspaper. Let's move on to some other portals. On myjoyonline.com, 2026 World Cup. Ghana fails in bid to have parties Canada visa denial overturned, and that story is the top story here on myjoyonline.com. Well, some more news here. Infante Pim Senior High School final year student commits suicide. Oh, quite unfortunate. Let's look at that story. It says that a cloud of grief has descended over the Infantipim school community following the death of a 17-year-old final year student whose body was discovered in an uncompleted building in Cape Coast. Now, the deceased Emmanuel Arthur, a candidate preparing to sit this year's WASI, was found at Ola North, a residential community within the Cape Coast metropolis, after a report was made to the police by a carpenter working near the structure. Now, the Central Regional Police Command confirmed the incident in a statement, indicating that officers were dispatched to the scene on 11th June 2026 following information about a body found in the abandoned building. Now, upon arrival, investigators conducted a thorough examination of the area and recorded several personal effects believed to belong to the deceased. Among the items found were a black backpack containing academic materials, including a geography paper, one mock examination bearing Emmanuel Arthur's name, 2 mobile phones, an Android device, and a basic mobile handset, as well as other personal belongings. The discoveries prompted police investigators to contact authorities at Infantipim School, who subsequently confirmed that the deceased was indeed a final year student of the institution. Now, family members were later informed of the tragic development and invited to assist with identification procedures. According to police sources, the body had been at the location for some time and was in advanced state of decomposition when it was discovered. Following an examination by a pathologist at the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, the remains were released to the family for burial. As part of public health and safety measures, the uncompleted building where the body was found was fumigated after the recovery operation. All right, so I think the story goes on and on, but that is that basically. And what could have actually led a 17-year-old boy to consider suicide? Sometimes these things are very alarming and very worrying, to hear of such incidents. Anyway, I mean, we can only speculate. I mean, what could have been the reason, but God knows best, and I pray that his soul will rest in peace. Yes, but let me just use that opportunity. I don't know, when we're going through things, I think that the default is to hold it within, which is wrong. We are told that sometimes when you share your problems, it becomes, a problem shared is a problem house solved. And so if you share it, somebody might actually encourage you, and that will change the face of things. And so I don't know what happened to this guy, but it could be that maybe WASI preparation, maybe unpreparedness for that and all of that, and so because of that, it feels like, okay, that's the option. But there is life after failure. There is life after anything that's all that we're going through. I mean, if you fail, failure is even a stepping stone, and so we need to have that at the back of our minds. If you going through anything, feel free to talk to somebody. You don't have to carry the burden alone and contemplate suicide. Suicide is not something that we must encourage. Suicide is not something good at all. And so if you're listening to me this morning, maybe you are going through some tough times, some tough seasons, and you are contemplating even ending it all, please rethink that, because that is not the best option. There is hope. The Bible says that there is hope for a tree, that even when it is cut down, it can actually, be fruitful again. It can grow again and be fruitful. And so please, I don't know what exactly you're going through, but please don't carry it alone. I want you to feel free to share with somebody, and let's see how we can actually help deal with some of these issues. All right, so may his soul rest in peace. But yes, we wouldn't want to be hearing things like this. And I have always also called for, a setup of mental health or counseling units in senior high schools. I don't quite remember when I was in school. I didn't quite see anything of the sort. I don't know whether they have been introduced now, but I think that's one of the things, because the students actually go through a lot of things. Sometimes they can't share with just any teacher, So if there's a counseling unit in our various schools, I believe strongly that some of these challenges can be resolved. Young people can walk up and say that, hey, I'm going through ABC, please help me. And then they can get the necessary help that they need. At the university level, I know that those things are there. I remember back in the University of Ghana, we had a careers and counseling unit. You can go there, share your problems and all of that, and then they can attend to you. And it helped a great deal, even though the ratio of counselor to students, or the students to counselor ratio, is not all that, encouraging. But I think that's a great step. Maybe we can encourage that a lot more. Let's do more in that regard in our senior high schools. And so this morning, my call is to GES, is to authorities. If we don't have that already in place, let's consider some of these things, because there are people that are carrying all kinds of weight. They just want somebody to talk to, And recently we hear a lot of things in our senior high school. Sometimes it saddens my heart. It's not sometimes. It actually breaks my heart so much when our young people go through all kinds of things. Let's try to put in place some of these things so that young people can walk up to those units in their schools and share their problems with their counselors in the various schools, which I think that will help a great deal. And so this morning, that is what I have to say about this. Let's move on to some other stories. Now, extending retirement age could delay opportunities for youth by up to 7 years, and that is coming from SNIT Boss. Also, 2026 World Cup. What would Ghana lose without Thomas Partey against Panama? Okay, I think that's a feature there. Now, also, this one says that OSP clarifies position on claims of Kenneth Oforiatta's U.S. residency and extradition case. Yes, so yesterday we heard, people were actually circulating that, we're circulating all kinds of things. Let me just not also add to their sort of misinformation. Let's see what the special prosecutor actually said. Office of the Special Prosecutor actually said. So it says that the Office of the Special Prosecutor has issued a clarification following media reports and publication attributed to a Ghanaian law firm suggesting that former Finance Minister Kenneth Nanaya Oforiatta has been granted permanent residency in the United States. Now, the reports further claim that a U.S. immigration court had made findings questioning the credibility of criminal charges filed against him in Ghana by the OSP. However, in a statement, the OSP said it had taken note of the reports, but is not involved in any immigration proceedings involving Mr. Oforiatta in the United States. It stressed that its mandate relates solely to ongoing extradition proceedings being pursued through the Attorney General, who serves as Ghana's central authority in international legal cooperation matters. Now, according to the OSP, the extradition documentation in respect of Mr. Oforiatta is not before any U.S. immigration court, and therefore any determinations made within that jurisdiction cannot be interpreted as findings on the substance or credibility of the criminal charges filed in Ghana. Now, the office further emphasized that the question of Mr. Oforiatta's criminal liability remains strictly within the jurisdiction of the courts in Ghana, which are constitutionally mandated to determine issues of guilt or innocence. And the OSP also clarified that Mr. Oforiatta remains a Ghanaian citizen, and is still subject to extradition proceedings should the competent court in the United States approve a request for his surrender to Ghana. All right. So and it continues to say that it added that any immigration-related outcomes in the United States do not affect his legal status under Ghanaian law or the ongoing effort to secure his return to face trial. And so, yes, I think that clarification is very, very important. And yes, so that we can make some of these matters rest. But this morning, I dare say, I don't know whether I should say, but maybe I should, but I actually saw a lot of our young people, some of our young people, celebrating the fact that Mr. Ken Oforiatta had been giving, some residency in the U.S. and all of that. And you were saying all kinds of things. People were jubilating technically on social media that has actually happened, and oral is in the mud and all of those things. Of course, this is not a political show, but let me just say this is my personal opinion. I think that when we have public officers, I believe strongly that we need to be able to hold them accountable one way or the other. I'm not saying that Mr. Ken Oforiatta is innocent or is guilty. I don't have any facts to even say any of those things. But if we celebrate some of these things, if we have political leaders who are being needed to be held accountable, and as a result, and if things are not going well, we're excited about it. The questions says a lot of things about our thinking as a people. And for me, I find that very worrying, because we are celebrating the fact that somebody that is being invited for accountability is not being gotten for that accountability. A public official that we actually put him in office or we actually voted for somebody and the person appointed, and we need the person to come for some interrogations and all of these things, and because the thing that is not, appears to not be going in that particular direction, people are jubilating and all of that. I think it's worrying for our future as a people, and it is worrying for our country if this is the tangent we want to go. I always say that we have to be away from the political blindness in this country. Many people, as soon as they join a political party, now it appears that, for lack of better words, we do not, approach things with objectivity. We sometimes just want to play some games and all that, playing politics and all of that, which I think is actually very wrong. I believe strongly that one of our problems in this country is that we don't have people who are actually genuine, people who are honest in their dealings, making sure that whatever is done, and whatever shouldn't be done is undone. And we just, we just follow political lines and do all kinds of things that are not very helpful. I don't think it is right for us to celebrate when a political figure or somebody we put in, a government figure or a government official that we serve this country, and there needs to be some interrogations here and there, and the person is, it appears that things are not going in that direction. I don't know, but I don't think it is right. I don't know. Let me hear your thoughts as well. 0544321019, 0544321019. And so it is quite unfortunate. I hope that we are able to hold our political leaders, no matter who they are, no matter whether it's a president, whether it's even an assemblyman, anybody at all. I think that we need to be able to hold them accountable when we give them the mandate and they serve us, and we find some things a bit wrong with some of their dealings. It is only fair that we do that. And so let's not celebrate some of these things. It is not going to help our democracy. It's not going to help. Nothing, not everything should be politicized. That is my point. Not everything should be politicized. When it comes to accountability, let's hold whoever it is accountable for whatever they have done. All right, so that is that. Now, other stories here. U.S. Justice Department hasn't gotten back to Ghana that it has served Oforiatta, and that is coming from the OSP. Also, Messi equals World Cup goals record with hat-trick in Argentina win. Also, longer life expectancy alone is not enough to raise retirement age, and that is coming from the SNIT boss. Also, he says that we will not sell them. He ends speculation about Labadi Beach Hotel and La Palm. Also, oil prices fall 5% to 3-month low on hopes Strait of Hormuz will open. And so that's that. Let's move on to some other portals. On citynewsroom.com, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire agree to harmonize cocoa producer prices. Also, one dead in crash involving stationary truck at Akoje interchange. Now, Professor Opoku tells Black Stars that Ghanaians are rooting for you. Also, court strikes out receiver stay application in GN savings case. And also, Volta region healthcare delivery affected as floods hit Mafi Sasepi Health Center. Also, France beat Senegal 3-1 in World Cup opener. Also, 2026 World Cup Canada court dismisses Partey's visa appeal. And also, Infantibim Senior High School final year student commits suicide. And let's move on to channel1newsonline.com. Now here, top story says that the rice crisis deepens as 90% of farmers hold unsold stock, and that is coming from the PFAG. Also, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire push to expand Cocoa Alliance and invite Nigeria and Cameroon. Also, one dead in crash involving stationary truck at Akoje interchange. And also, exchange rates remains key driver of fuel prices, and that is coming from Seaboard. Also, 2026 World Cup court rejects Partey's bid to enter Canada. And Infantipim Senior High School student found dead, and police confirm suicide. Also, serve Oforiatta with charges and not press statements, Frank Davis tells OSP. Also, Mahama to researchers tackle Ghana's agric challenges. And NPP demands enforcement of Sedina conviction and suspension of pre-bar regime. And Oferiata's extradition case unaffected by U.S. immigration proceedings, and that is coming from the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Now, government upgrades 20 seismic data centers to boost earthquake monitoring, and also Mahama launches Ghana National Research Fund to drive industrial transformation. Also, Afari Hospital, 85 million US dollars claim fraudulent pay outstanding 500,000 US dollars, and that's coming from the minority to government. And let's move on to graphiconline.com. Here, Health Minister Kando tells Parliament why he suspended Kofanote Teaching Hospital CEO. Also, Ghana National Research Fund launched with 100 million Ghana cedis fund seed money. Also, President Mahama received credentials from new Russian ambassador Andrei Odash, and also credibility of criminal charges against Oforiata to be determined by courts in Ghana, not U.S. Immigration Court, and that is coming from OSP. Also, Cybersecurity Authority warns Ghanaian universities after Nottingham hack exposes 450,000 records. Also, U.S. court greenlights Oforiata's permanent residency application in America, and that is coming from lawyers. Also, 2 EC deputies leave, and former Chief Justice exits Council of State. Now, criminal charges against Ken Oforiata in Ghana not credible. A lawyer on why U.S. court gave green light to his green card application. All right, so these are some of the stories there. Let's move on to the High Street Journal. Now, Black Stars versus Panama. Will Ghana's opener explode jersey sales or freeze the market? Now, with 100% loan recovery, DBG now ventures into partial guarantee to boost lending to sectors banks desert. And also, cashew processors push for stronger local value addition to boost jobs and export earnings. And also, Thailand eyes Ghana's oil palm sector as TCDA targets 150,000 ton supply gap. All right, so those are some of the stories there. Let's look at the international front this morning. On BBC, it was surreal, and British couple described having warning shots fired near them by Russian warship. And also, this one says Brazil convicts Jair Bolsonaro, Naro's son, for pursuing U.S. help in father's legal battle. Also, Little Algeria, the Kansas City taking a World Cup team to its heart. And a group planned to attack White House UFC event using snipers and drones. And that's coming from the FBI. Now, on Bloomberg Africa, on BBC Africa, this one says that we fear for our lives. Deadline for migrants to leave South Africa looms. And also, Somaliland opens Jerusalem embassy after Israel's recognition of its independence. And also, party misled Canadian officials over previous arrest. And Mbappe breaks Senegal resistance as France win 3-1. Also, Algeria beating 3-0 as Messi equals world record goals. As Messi equals world goals record. And also, Nigerian army frees widow of ex-general who died in captivity. And also, recovery of Ebola patient offers rare moments of joy at epicenter of the outbreak. Let's look at Reuters. Now, on Reuters, this one says that Iran deal includes $300 billion US fund, and more than half of which already committed. And that's an exclusive. Also, this one says that ceasefire agreement to be public soon. Permanent truce still awaits negotiation. And lawmakers in the dark on Iran deal, as Trump says he will send it to Congress. Also, the U.S. is using an Iranian smuggling tactic to sneak oil out of the Gulf. That's also another story there. This one says that FBI says a thwarted plot to use drones, snipers to attack White House UFC event. And also, Italian mother takes on Meta and TikTok after daughter's death. Also, crews battle algae bloom in Washington's newly repainted reflecting pool. Also, U.S. holds of blacklisting China's DeepSeek, more than 100 firms deemed security risks. Also, leaders express optimism for peace after Trump's very good Zelensky meeting, and that's coming from that's in line with G7 summit. Also, G7 leaders tackle reliance on China for critical minerals, and key takeaways from Reuters and Next Europe. Zelensky says G7 leaders agree and Russia is not winning. Also, this one says that Trump's Iran war weighs on G7 economies, but don't expect hard talk in France. All right. Also, this one says that why the G7 is worried about global economic imbalances. These are some of the stories there. Now, Reuters Africa. All right, let me look at it here. Okay, on Reuters Africa, Congo Ebola outbreak may be worst ever. Africa CDC says that. Also, Congo Senate adopts bill that could lead to new term for president. And oil extends fall and stock steady as traders wait on wash. Finally, on CNBC Africa, Nigeria inflation rises for third month in May as food prices accelerate. Also, Afrexim Bank cancels annual meeting on Ebola concerns. And this one also says that, okay. All right, this one says that oil hits 3 months low as U.S. and Iran reach peace deal to reopen Strait of Hormuz. And also, U.S. and Iran reach peace deal to end the Mid East war with agreements set to be signed on Friday. All right, so these are some of the stories making waves on the various portals. You can head to www.zedmultimedia.com. We've got some news there as well. www.zedmultimedia.com. All right, thank you very much for staying with us right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nitra Bihamon. And that'll be all for our news review segment this morning. Business news is up next. Please don't go anywhere.
It's now time for the business line. And Tree Crops Development Authority engages Thai delegation on major oil palm investment project. Ayamami Efua Kwejua. We will bring you details of our headlines and other stories shortly. Please stay with us. Thanks for your company. Now to the details of the stories. The Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, has urged commercial banks to strengthen their compliance systems as Ghana undergoes a key global assessment on anti-money laundering standards. Speaking at a meeting with bank chiefs, Dr. Isiama said the country is currently being evaluated under the Financial Action Task Force and the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa. He explained that the assessment goes beyond reviewing laws, but focuses on how effectively Ghana's anti-money laundering measures are being implemented in practice. Dr. Isiama warned that the outcome of the evaluation could have serious implications for Ghana's financial system, including correspondent banking relationships, investor confidence, and the country's international financial standing. He therefore called on all financial institutions to strictly comply with anti-money laundering regulations and strengthen internal controls to support the national exercise. The Bank of Ghana governor stressed that the credibility of the financial sector depends largely on effective implementation of safeguards, not just policy formation. GCB Bank and global payments company Visa have reaffirmed their commitment to strengthening their partnership aimed at delivering more seamless, personalized, and customer-focused payment systems. The renewed commitment was highlighted during a high-level engagement held at the GCB Bank head office in Accra, where both institutions discussed the future of digital payment and customer engagement in an increasingly technology-driven financial environment. Discussions focused on the growing role of data and technology in understanding customer needs, as well as innovative approaches to improving convenience, relevance, and overall user experience in financial transactions. The engagement explored opportunities for deeper collaboration through data-driven insight, targeted customer communication, digital engagement strategies, and awareness campaigns designed to improve everyday payment experiences. Speaking at the meeting, Cynthia Oforidjumfor said The partnership with Visa continues to evolve beyond payments into broader customer experience innovation. She noted that combining GCB Bank's local market knowledge with Visa's global expertise would help deliver more relevant, secure, and convenient financial services to customers. On his part, Visa's cluster and country head for Ghana, Fabrice Konan, reaffirmed the company's commitment to supporting GCB Bank with global insights and innovative payment solutions. Still in the banking sector, Prudential Bank Limited has organized an international business mission to Turkey and China for its commercial banking customers and prospective clients as part of efforts to expand global trade opportunities for Ghanaian businesses. The initiative, which is in its second year, was undertaken in partnership with Nita Travel and Shipping Company. It's aimed at exposing participating businesses to international suppliers, investors, and new market opportunities through trade fairs, factory visits, and business-to-business engagement. In Turkey, the delegation attended the African Business Forum and Expo, where Kenyan businesses interacted with manufacturers and investors, exploring possible partnerships and distribution deals. The team later traveled to China to participate in the 139th Canton Fair, one of the world's largest trade exhibitions. There, participants visited wholesale and manufacturing hubs dealing in products including furniture, electronics, clothing, jewelry, hardware, and cosmetics. Organizers say the engagement allowed businesses to directly meet suppliers, negotiate prices, and build new commercial networks. Speaking on the initiative, Acting Managing Director of Prudential Bank, Ebo Kwesen, said the program is designed to support customers involved in international trade and make cross-border business easier. Chief Executive Officer of Nita Travel and Shipping Company, Joanna Isiedu, said the program was structured to ensure participants return with practical business leads and supplier connections. Imono's President John Dramani Mahama is expected in Abidjan for the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana High-Level Summit on the future of the cocoa economy. He will hold bilateral talks with Ivorian President Alhassan Ouattara as both leaders push for deeper collaboration and stronger strategies to ensure sustainable future for cocoa. The summit builds on preparatory engagements under the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana Cocoa Initiative, a key platform coordinating policies and advancing the interest of farmers in both countries. Finance Minister and Steering Committee Chair Dr. Kasiela Tofosen says discussions so far have been encouraging, with both sides agreeing on common positions to protect the industry and improve farmer welfare. He stressed that the cocoa farmer will be the ultimate beneficiary of these measures, noting that the preparatory meetings have been highly productive. Meanwhile, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Dr. Randy Abbey, is calling for greater trust, transparency, and unity between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire to strengthen cooperation in the cocoa industry. Speaking at a meeting of the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana Cocoa Initiative in Abidjan, Dr. Abbey said sustained collaboration between the world's two leading cocoa producers is key to improving farmer incomes, enhancing market influence, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the sector. He stressed that the success of the initiative depends on both countries maintaining a shared strategic direction, particularly on issues such as cocoa pricing and market coordination. Dr. Abbey noted that Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire together account for more than 60% of global cocoa production, giving them significant leverage in negotiations on the international market. He argued that stronger cooperation and a united front would improve the bargaining power of both countries and help secure better prices for cocoa farmers. According to him, fragmented approaches to pricing and market engagement could weaken their position globally, while coordinated action would ensure greater value for producers. The Cocoa chief executive further emphasized the importance of transparency and mutual trust in these collaborative efforts, saying these remain essential for achieving shared objectives. He also highlighted the need for continued cooperation on key sector issues, including sustainability, traceability, climate resilience, and improving the welfare of cocoa farmers. In other news, some oil marketing companies have begun reducing fuel prices following the start of the second pricing window for June 2026, bringing relief to consumers and businesses. GUEL has reduced petrol prices from 15 cedis 20 pesos to 13 cedis 87 pesos per litre, while diesel has dropped from 16 cedis 50 pesos to 15 cedis 95 pesos per litre. Zed Petroleum has also announced reductions in both petrol and diesel prices. The adjustments follow declines in crude oil and refined petroleum product prices on the international market and are in line with Ghana's petroleum price deregulation policy. The National Petroleum Authority has also lowered benchmark price floors for petrol and diesel for the June 16 to 30 pricing window. Industry analysts expect more oil marketing companies to announce price reductions, with consumers likely to benefit from lower transportation and operational costs in the coming weeks. Companies operating in Ghana have been warned to file their annual returns and financial statement by June 30, 2026, or face penalties. The Office of the Registrar of Companies says businesses that fail to meet the deadline risk paying fines up to 2,000 Ghana cedis, depending on how long they have defaulted. According to the registrar, companies that have not filed returns for between 1 and 4 years will pay a penalty of 1,000 cedis, while those in default for 5 years or more will pay 2,000 cedis in addition to filing fees. The office says there will be no extension beyond the June 30 deadline for annual returns and business name renewals. It further warns that companies that fail to comply may be struck off the official register, which could affect their legal status and ability to operate. Officials say the directive is part of efforts to improve corporate compliance and keep Ghana's business register up to date. And now to our last story for the bulletin. The Tree Crops Development Authority has intensified efforts to attract foreign investment into Ghana's oil palm sector, following high-level discussions with delegation from Thailand. The meeting focused on opportunities to expand oil palm production and strengthen value addition within the industry. The Thai delegation expressed interest in supporting the establishment of a 12,000-hectare oil palm plantation and a modern processing facility in Ghana. The proposed investment is expected to help address Ghana's annual palm oil production deficit of about 150,000 metric tons while creating jobs and boosting local production. The discussion also explored technology transfer and technical cooperation between Ghana and Thailand to improve productivity and processing capacity. The authority assured investors of Ghana's stable political environment and commitment to supporting long-term agricultural investment aimed at transforming the country's agribusiness sector. And this is where we draw the curtains on the business news. But before I go, let's take a recap of our top stories. Bank of Ghana urges banks to strengthen compliance ahead of global AML assessment. Also, companies face 2,000 penalty for missing annual returns deadline. And Tree Crops Development Authority engages Thai delegation on major oil palm investment project. We came your way with these stories and many others from our studio here at number 6, Anyete Avenue, East Legon, Accra. For more news, you can log on to www.zedmultimedia.com, or you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X at ZFMGH, and on TikTok and YouTube at Zed Multimedia. Thank you for listening. I am Mami Efua Kwejua. Nature we continue with the busy.
Zed 101.9 FM. You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM. Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
praise. Emoji music bringing us exactly 35 minutes after 7. And this is your favorite business breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nee Trebi Hammond. Thank you very much for staying with us right here on the show. We've got a lot of things coming up for you. We're going to get into our business brief segment right about now. And I get to share something briefly with you this morning right here on the show. Please stay tuned. As I share something briefly with you. Now, let me begin with a question. Have you ever walked into a supermarket, looked around, bought what you needed, and walked out, only to realize later that you don't actually remember anything about the brand itself? You remember the product, you remember the location, you remember maybe a promotion, but the brand, nothing. Now think about the brands that you genuinely love, the brands you recommend without being asked, the brands you defend in conversations, the brands you choose even when alternatives exist. Why? What makes them different? Because here's the truth about business today. Having a good product is no longer enough. Having a good location is no longer enough. And having competitive prices is no longer enough. Now, in today's marketplace, if people cannot clearly explain why your brand exists and why it matters, you have a problem. And I think that's something that a lot of businesses need to know this morning. That if your people or if people cannot clearly explain why your brand exists and why it matters, then you have a very, very big problem. And many businesses don't realize that until it's too late. Let me tell you a story that might sound quite familiar. Now, A-Life entered Ghana's retail market with ambition. They had a big ambition. The company invested heavily, in physical stores, more locations, more shelves, more products, and a lot of things. The thinking was very simple, that if we are accessible, if we stock what customers need, they will come. And to some extent, they did. The stores were there, the products were there, customers came in, sales happened, the business expanded and all of that. On paper, things looked promising, but beneath the surface, a critical question was quietly waiting. What exactly does A-Life stand for? If you ask 10 customers, you might get 10 different answers. Was it the cheapest supermarket? Nobody knew. Was it the most convenient? Not really. Was it known for customer service? Not particularly. Was it the place for premium shopping? Not exactly. Was it proudly Ghanaian? That wasn't clear either. And the problem wasn't that people disliked the brand. The problem was that people couldn't clearly understand the brand itself. And in marketing, confusion is expensive. Because when customers cannot distinguish you from competitors, they begin making decisions based on one thing, which is the price. And price is a dangerous battlefield, especially when you are competing against bigger players with deeper pockets. Now, research consistently shows that consumers are far more likely to buy from brands they recognize and trust. Let me repeat that. I'm saying that research has shown that consumers, they are far more likely to buy from brands they recognize and trust. And some studies actually suggest that as many as 80% of consumers need to trust a brand before making a purchase. You need to trust a brand before making a purchase. Now think about that, trust. Not just awareness, not just visibility, but trust. And trust doesn't happen because you opened a branch. That's a reality. Trust doesn't happen because you run a discount. Trust happens when customers consistently understand who you are, what you stand for, and why you matter. These three things. But that is where many emerging brands actually struggle. They focus on being seen, they forget about being remembered, and A-Life expanded, their stores multiplied, but the brand itself wasn't growing as strongly as the footprint. And that creates a very dangerous gap. Because, growth and brand growth are not always the same thing. You can grow your locations, you can grow your staff, you can grow your inventory, you can, grow a lot of things without growing your position in the minds of your customers. And if you are not growing in the minds of your customers, you are very, very vulnerable, especially in a market like Ghana. Today, consumers have options, a lot of options. Walk through Accra, open Instagram, scroll through Facebook, visit TikTok, browse WhatsApp status. Everywhere you turn, someone is selling something. A clothing brand, a food brand, a skincare brand, logistics brand, a tech startup, a restaurant, a consultant, a retailer. Everyone is competing for attention. And attention has become one of the most valuable currencies in business. Now, studies also show that the average person is exposed to thousands of marketing messages every single day. Thousands. Now, imagine trying to stand out in that noise. That's a challenge facing every emerging brand today. Not simply getting customers, but getting remembered, getting trusted, and getting chosen again and again. Now, here's another interesting thing about the A-Life story. The company marketed itself. People saw advertisements, people saw promotions, and people saw discounts. But many consumers still couldn't explain the brand's core promise. They couldn't. And that raises an important question. What is the difference between promotion and marketing? Now, many businesses actually think that they are the same thing. They are not. They are not. Promotion says that come and buy. And marketing answers, why should I buy from you? Let me repeat that. Promotion says that come and buy. If you are promoting, you are telling people to come and buy. But marketing is actually giving the reason why you should buy from me. And promotion talks about offers. Marketing builds meaning. Promotion gets attention. Marketing builds preference. And preference is where loyalty begins. Because loyalty isn't built when things are cheap. Loyalty is built when customers believe something about your brand, something meaningful, something memorable, something worth returning for. And it is that. Now, let's talk about another challenge emerging brands face, which is storytelling. Now, we human beings are wired for stories. And that is why I share stories on my business breakfast every day. Now, long before social media, long before billboards, long before television, people connected through stories. And the strongest brands in the world understand this. People don't just buy products. They buy identities. They buy values. They buy belonging. They buy aspirations. They buy stories. And that's why some people, proudly wear certain clothing brands. They use certain phones and they drive certain cars. The story becomes part of the product. But many, many emerging brands focus entirely on transactions and they forget connection. And the result is that customers buy, but they don't bond. And when customers don't bond, they leave easily. The next discount pulls them away, the next competitor attracts them, and the next trend captures them. Because nothing emotional was built, and emotion actually matters. Now, research from numerous marketing studies show that emotionally connected customers are significantly more valuable and more loyal than those who buy purely for functional reasons. Now, think about that. Emotion and not logic alone. Which is why branding is often misunderstood. Branding, as they always say, it's not your logo, it's not your colors, it's not your slogan. Your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. Your brand is a feeling customers associate with your business. And that feeling is built every single day. Every customer interaction, every social media post, every delivery, every complaint, every experience. All of these things actually fall into your brand. Now, which brings us to another lesson from the A-Life story, which is customer experience. Now, in retail, the brand isn't what management says. The brand is what customers experience. If shelves are empty, customers notice. If staff are unfriendly, customers notice. If service is inconsistent, customers notice. And if expectations aren't met, customers also notice. Every experience either strengthens a brand or weakens it. And here's the interesting thing. Customers may forget an advertisement, but they rarely forget how you made them feel. And that is why customer experience has become one of the most powerful marketing tools in modern economy. Now, before I give too much away, let me pause here. Because today's conversation isn't really about A-Life. A-Life simply helps us ask bigger questions. Questions every entrepreneur, every startup founder or marketer, and even business owners should be asking. Questions like, what truly makes a brand stand out? How do emerging businesses compete against established players? How can small budgets create big impact? What mistakes cause promising brands to disappear? And how do you build trust before customers before customers have even bought from you? How do you build that trust? And perhaps most importantly, how do you move from being unknown to becoming unforgettable? Those are the questions we'll be exploring this morning. Our topic for today is marketing an emerging brand. Marketing an emerging brand. Now, in today's highly competitive marketplace, building a product or a great product is only the beginning. Visibility matters. Trust matters. Differentiation matters. Storytelling matters. Customer experience matters. And understanding how all of these pieces fit together may determine whether a business becomes a household name or remains a hidden gem that never reaches its full potential. So please stay with us right here on the show because in just a moment we're going to bring a guest in. I'm going to have a guest join me, a marketing professional join me to unpack what it really takes to build a brand that's not only, gets attention, but also earns loyalty. And that is what actually really matters. And so you're listening to Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. And that's all for our business brief segment this morning. We're going to get into the conversation very, very soon, right after our market trends segment this morning. And so please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. We'll take a quick music break. When we return, Emmanuel Boatin will join me for our market trends segment. And then right after that, we'll bring you a roundtable discussion for the day. Enjoy Chris Appal and HPI's live praise, the Afro Pop Chorale. And we'll be right back.
I said.
is Apau and HPI, and they call this one a choral, Afropop choral. All right, if you're ready to step into your dream home, then I've got some good news for you this morning. Lakeside Estates has got an exclusive offer for you. And with this offer, you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayments. This offer gives you affordable payments, flexible home purchase plan, quality homes, and lifestyle choice. And you get to choose from a variety of beautiful homes in any of Lakeside Estates clusters. All right, so your future awaits. Just imagine living in a home you love with the freedom to invest in your dreams without the burden of interest. As your CIMG Real Estate Company of the Year for the 4th time, we offer you hassle-free home acquisition. And all you have to do is to place a call to us today. You can call us on 020-477-5042, 020-477-5042, or 020-477-5040, 020-477-5040, or 050-1418-622. 050-1418-622. And don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Call us now to learn more and schedule a tour of our available homes. Lakeside Estate, we say quality home for all. All right, so that's the good news I've got for you this morning. Feel free to place a call quickly, and then you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayments. All right, so the show continues. We're going to get into our market trends segment. Like I said, very soon, Emmanuel Boating will be joining us, our in-house economic analyst. He will be joining us, and then we continue our conversation from yesterday. We started talking about Casa Preco IPO and the fact that we've had three different companies get listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange this year alone, in the first 6 months of this year. And that's a big one. And we spoke extensively on that yesterday. But we're going to expand the conversation a lot more. And we touch on a few other things this morning right here. And so please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. We'll take a quick music break. And when we return, we'll bring you that conversation right here on the show. Please stay tuned. The Ghana Afro Praise Medley by Brian Kufuor featuring Perez Music. Like I said, when Imano Boateng will be joining us very soon for our market trend segment this morning, and we'll be continuing our conversation from yesterday. We started talking about the Casapreco IPO. We're going to continue that conversation, but Charlie, there's something big happening tonight. Guess what? I'm sure you know. Yes, I'm sure you know this morning that tonight at 11 p.m. Black Stars faces Panama. Very, very, very powerful match, and it's our opening match. And so, Charlie, the energy is high there. And like I said, on my way to work this morning, I saw a lot of people in their Black Stars jerseys and all of that. You know, I mean, doing some wearing. I mean, very beautiful, very, very beautiful scenery on my way to work this morning. And so if you're listening to us and you're wearing a Black Stars jersey, all you have to do is take a screenshot, a selfie, take a selfie of yourself and send to us, and let's post you on our social media platforms to, you know, give us support to the Black Stars tonight. I know that there are some people who say that they don't love Black Stars, but Charlie, see, the thing about Black Stars is that you're in a toxic relationship with Black Stars. You can't go. You can't go. You know that sometimes they disappoint you and all of that, but we know it's a toxic relationship, but you can't go anywhere because we love the country. You know, whatever you do, you cannot support another country as much as, you know, you would for the Black Stars. You can support Portugal because you like Cristiano Ronaldo. You can support Argentina because you like Lionel Messi. And of course, yesterday Argentina won by 3-0, and that's a very good one. Messi scored 3 goals, hat-trick. Solid guy. Yeah, so you might love other countries, but Charlie, your country is your country. So whether you like it or not, Black Stars is your country. Ghana is your country, and we have to support our Black Stars as they face Panama tonight. And so I'm going to switch to some patriotic Black Star songs very soon, so that we can, you know, keep the energy going before Imano Boateng joins me for our conversation today. And so let's start with "Bring Back the Love" by Aquabwa. That's where we're beginning. We have Kudus Day. We have even Stonebwoy just released another a few minutes ago on his YouTube. He posted a visualizer of Ozamina. Very good very good song, like about 38 minutes ago or so. And so we're going to play you that also very soon, and then Imano Boateng joins me for our conversation this morning. Today is all the way for Black Stars. Please send us your selfie on our WhatsApp number 0544321019, 0544321019. Or you can also call us on 03. Okay, no, I mean, you're sending us your picture, and so you can do that on 0544321019. Send us a WhatsApp. Also, you can drop a comment under our live stream. Let's see your support for the Black Stars today. Drop a comment on Facebook. We're at ZFMGH, and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Feel free to drop a comment. I'm happy to read them for you this morning. I'm also happy to do your birthday wishes for you. If you're wearing a Black Star jersey, please send a picture. If you want to wish somebody as well, feel free to send some wishes. And also, you can predict. You know, just feel free, predict your score line for today. And let's see that. I think that we're going to win by 1-0, right? A goal to 0. So that is what I think. Let's hear what you also think this morning. All right, anyway, but let's enjoy "Bring Back the Love" by Aquabwa, and then we get into our market trend segment shortly.
Ghana.
very highly spirited this morning. I'm anticipating what will come out of that match. But of course, that was Ozamina by Stoneboy. That is Black Stars anthem for this year's World Cup. And so, yeah, that's it. You could go check it out. Very good, good music. All right, so we're going to get into a market trend segment right about now. And yesterday, we started a conversation on the Casapreco IPO, and we spoke extensively on a few things. So, I mean, if you're just tuning in, Casapreco, which is one of Ghana's most recognizable manufacturing brands, has officially listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange after a highly successful initial public offering that raised 700 million Ghana cedis and attracted subscriptions worth 1.73 billion Ghana cedis. Now, the offer was oversubscribed by an impressive 146%, making it the third oversubscribed IPO in just 6 months following the successful listings of First Atlantic Bank and Zen Petroleum. And so we spoke about that, whether we are experiencing or whether we are witnessing a genuine revival of Ghana's capital markets, and Emmanuel says that yes, it looks like that. But of course, we need to sustain that to be able to make a concrete, statement to that effect. And so we'll monitor within 2 to 3 years. We get to see whether that is sustained with lots more companies coming onto or getting listed, and then we can actually say that yes, we are our capital markets or our stock markets is actually on its feet properly. And so that is that. And so we're going to continue the conversation today. Emmanuel Watson joins me over the phone lines for this. Emma, good morning.
Good morning, Ian.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well too, by God's grace. I see that your energy is up. You are looking forward to the Black Stars match, I guess.
Not really. Not really.
Why?
Black Stars. Oh, I think that Black Stars should be able to win that game. But even more importantly, Black Stars should first get out of the group stage before some of us will come around.
So they should be able to proceed to the next stage before you come around.
Yeah. Before some of us will come around.
Who should support them to get through the group stages?
I guess that's why you're supporting them in the group stage.
And then you come and jump on.
We are not jumping on. It's levels, because you support Afro Nicosia, so it's usually difficult to come out of the group stage. I am a Real Madrid fan. We always come out of the group stage, so our real energy gets in around the time of knockout stage, because we always eye the trophy. I'm sure it's clear to you now.
Anyway, I mean, we have to support them right from the beginning.
And
this is our first match, of course. And so let's throw our weight behind them, yes. And I know there are so many Ghanaians like you who have given up on the Black Stars. But I was saying earlier on that.
Did I say I've given up on the Black Stars?
Oh well, your actions and your words actually signal
I'm
that.
saying that they should come up higher and then they'll meet us.
Anyway, so there are so many people who have given up.
Expecting some more work from them. That's all.
Anyway, we look forward to a good game. But what are your predictions before we get into the conversation?
Oh, my prediction may come true, and then you say something. I think we are going to win by 3 goals to 1.
3? Hey.
Yeah, 3 goals to 1.
Now, why won't you in this Black Stars?
I didn't say I don't believe the country. I'm saying that my energy will be in fully around the time of the quarterfinal. I think it's 32 or something.
Yeah. We look forward to all of that.
Oh, yes,
I think that will be a
when
good
the match ends, you remember I told you we'll win by 3 goals to 1.
Okay, I think it's just 1-0. That's what I think.
1-0.
Yes,
oh no, that match will have more than a goal.
Okay.
If you are not even careful, they will strike first.
Hey, have you entered the realms or something?
Not at all, but I think I quite get what is going on.
I see. Anyway, so we right, sure. We look forward to what happens tonight. But anyway, let's get into our conversation for today. Yesterday we started a good conversation and we want to continue today. One of the things that we mentioned is that the pension industry. I mean, you actually even alluded to that fact that the pension industry has actually played a very major role in the IPO. And I want to know, what does that tell us about the growing influence of pension funds in our economy?
Thank you. And I think because of the Black Stars, I didn't even say good morning to our cherished listeners. But we are always glad to have them listening to us. I think that the growth of pension assets may be one of the most important, but of course, underappreciated developments in our financial system as a country. You know, pension assets reached around 120 billion Ghana cedis. And these funds have become major providers of long-term capital for our stock market. You know, unlike individual investors, what pension funds do is that they invest with horizons measured in decades rather than months. I know some folks who would want to be going for their money after a week, after a month, 2 weeks, and all of.
Hello? Yes,
this I'm with you.
Okay, right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for individual investors, they could invest after a shock like something happening with Russia and Ukraine. I'm sure you realize people are just complaining on X, Facebook, and what have you. They just want to get out of the market. That is not how pension funds behave. They behave very differently. And that is the point that I'm making. That is important because if you are a deficit spending unit, of course, you need more money than you currently have, and you issue shares on the stock market, and these pension funds invest in your shares. Then you know that for over 10 years, they are not going to be people who are going to be selling. You know, it gives that level of stability. And that makes them ideal investors for infrastructure, corporate expansion, long-term economic development, just to name a few. And I think their participation also improves market stability because, you see, they tend not to react emotionally to short-term fluctuations or stocks in the market. And for me, the success of the Casapreco IPO demonstrates how domestic institutional investors can actually finance national development without excessive dependence on foreign capital. And as pension assets continue to grow, they could become an even more powerful force in supporting industrialization and private sector expansion for that matter.
I see. But more specifically, so what does the Casapreco's or what does this listing of Casapreco mean for our manufacturing sector as a country?
It sends a powerful signal that manufacturing companies can successfully access capital markets for future growth and expansion. And of course, Casapreco is not the first manufacturing company to be listed on the Ghana stock market. There are a number of them out there. Historically, many manufacturing firms have relied on retained earnings or bank loans for expansion. But Casapreco has demonstrated an alternative route that could be used to raise substantial funding from public investors. And that success, you know, may encourage other firms in the manufacturing space to consider public offerings like an IPO and like trading on the stock market. And that could help address one of the sector's biggest challenges that it has, which is the access to affordable long-term capital. Yesterday, I think I took some time to explain the difference between a debt instrument and an equity instrument. And of course, the pros and cons of, as it were, issuing shares as against going in for a bank loan, interest payments, and what have you. So, and that together will present us with a stronger manufacturing sector, which is particularly important because, as you know, manufacturing tends to create jobs, generate exports, and add value to our local raw materials. And if more manufacturing companies follow Casapreco and of course what they have done, I think the broader economy could benefit through increased industrial activity and of course greater economic diversification, which is a song we've been singing for quite some time. And once we get people to dance to it, I think the economy will be safe hands.
I think one day we'll talk about, the details of how companies get listed and all of that, because I'm sure that people are interested in some information around those things so that they can also, get listed if they want to. Because, it appears that this is actually something very good for our country, for the business community as well. And they may be wanting to consider, or they may be considering that. So we'll probably find time and talk about that as well. But the GSC Composite Index has gained more than 64% this year. What factors are driving this remarkable performance?
Well, a number of factors have come together to shape that performance that we do see on the composite index. The first, of course, would be macroeconomic stability relatively. Investors generally become more willing to take equity risk when inflation and currency volatility are at their lowest or are declining. The second will also be the performance of corporate organizations themselves. So whenever corporate earnings improve, it has an impact on the composite index because then it draws traffic to those companies and inadvertently influences how the overall composite index fares. Yes, the companies listed profitable, or if the companies listed become profitable, then we know that the composite index in itself is also going to go up. The third factor I would note is the as it were, relative attractiveness of equities in this present time and age. We know that right now, as we speak, a lot of people really want to invest in the equity market. So many people say, how can I get in? What do I need? And all of that. And I think that is also an important factor. Because, you see, when you have investors increasingly looking beyond traditional investment instruments in search of higher returns, and, of course, the destination here really is the stock market, that improves the composite index score. And I think the increase in trading activity. So you can see all these are interlinked. Macroeconomic stability, corporate earnings, companies being profitable, therefore equities being attractive, people moving away from traditional investments to more attractive investments like equity, because you know what the T-bill is really offering today. It's not as attractive as it used to be about 2 years ago. And so all the investors are lining up for the equity market. Then that will lead to an increase in trading activity, which means broader market participation. That is important to expand the performance of the composite index. So together, these factors have created a positive feedback loop where improved confidence attracts more investors, which in turn supports market performance.
I see. Right. Maybe another thing that we can also talk about is that, government has hinted that a state-owned enterprise could soon be listed. What opportunities and risks do you think such a move presents?
Well, when you list a state-owned enterprise, I think it's transformative, especially for our capital markets. And typically, such a move would likely increase market capitalization. It will increase liquidity and investor participation. You see, the truth is that public listing often imposes stronger governance standards. It imposes greater transparency and, of course, a high level of accountability. And these are areas where many state-owned enterprises have faced enormous challenges historically. That is really what we know. And so getting them listed is going to, as it were, correct all those anomalies within the system. That is the first thing. Now, from an investor perspective, a well-managed state-owned enterprise could actually provide attractive investment opportunities while broadening the range of available securities that, as it were, may be there for you and I and other retail investors to go invest in. But let's note that the success of such a listing would depend heavily on the quality of the enterprise and, of course, the level of confidence that investors would have in its governance framework. Investors don't just invest in any company. They typically will do their homework. And today, when you even go to the analyst will ask you to do your homework because you cannot just invest anywhere. And so if you are willing to list a public enterprise on the stock market, then what you also be interested in is to, as it were, find out if the company is really ready. And the company needs to be ready and needs to maintain a certain standard, of performance. Otherwise, let the company begin to, as it were, move in tandem with the storms that we see on the sea. I think that the investors will relocate. They'll move somewhere else. And that is going to affect the company strongly. So that is really, really important. And the market will need some level of assurance that commercial decisions are prioritized over political considerations and that minority shareholder interests are protected. Because This is Ghana, and I'm sure you know how the political will is sometimes stronger than the Momo
Charlie. Ivano. Anyway, so beyond investors and listed companies, maybe I want to hear from you. How does a vibrant stock market, benefit the average Ghanaian? Because I'm sure somebody might be listening to us, Charlie. What are people saying? How does it benefit me in any way?
Well, many people may think it only benefits rich people. You benefit people like me who have investment in the stock market, and so on and so forth. But actually, I think the impact is widespread. There is a widespread economic benefits to almost every single Ghanaian. See, when companies raise capital, they often invest in expansion. They invest in technology, they invest in infrastructure, workforce development, among others. And these investments actually could create jobs. And that will stimulate economic activity. Once jobs are created, another person is going to open a factory at, I think, Adesso or so, for away purified mineral water. That is employment that is going to be created for some people. You need people to, as it were, set up the factory. Beyond the factory being set up, people have to work there. So I'm sure you can see the number of jobs that will be created along that chain. And a deeper capital market also reduces dependence on government borrowing and bank financing, and that will create a more balanced financial system. You don't want a financial system that is lopsided, heavily concentrated to one area. You want it to be well balanced, and we need the capital markets to be strengthened. And once the financial system is well balanced, I think the implications, or as it were, the positive side of that reaches far, far, far to the last person in the economy. We have our pension funds, insurance companies, mutual funds. They are investing on behalf of ordinary citizens. You have some pensions. If you work with any serious organization, that organization is supposed to, as it were, make its contribution towards your pension. In addition to what you make. That money you pay to the pension fund, you pay to SNIT, etc., etc. They don't just keep it at SNIT. When you go to SNIT, you're not going to find anything. They invest those monies. And one of the places they invest those monies is the capital market, it's the stock market. You just check some of the companies and you see the shareholding of examples tonight. You'll be shocked. Maybe one day we may talk about that. So you see really where the money is going to. And so you cannot say that it doesn't have implications for you. It does have some impact for you, because once those companies are doing well, the earnings are good, I think you will see the reflection in your pensions. That may be. So strong market performance significantly improve retirement outcomes, as well as long-term savings. And finally, or perhaps ultimately, I think the stock market acts as a mechanism for mobilizing savings and directing them actually towards productive economic activities that supports growth and development. Growth and development in a country where every citizen finds him or herself in, and therefore they will feel the impact. The same way that if the country is not doing well, we are all bleeding, of course, apart from the people. It is the same way that if the country is doing well, I think we all benefit together.
All right. Okay. So, so it means that there are positives to this, and that is why everybody should find a way to get into the market. All right. So, you might maybe finally, because of our time, looking ahead, what should investors, policymakers, and businesses watch closely to determine whether this particular IPO momentum can be sustained?
Well, I think that the first factor is beyond the listing, what is your performance going to be?
Right.
Because investors are going to monitor whether or not recently listed companies meet growth projections and deliver strong financial results. That is important. When you're a fresh baby, it looks like the whole world is behind you. Once you start making decisions on your own, the whole world begins to criticize you. And it's no different. So that is the first point I'll make. The second is macroeconomic stability, because continued progress on inflation, interest rates, and exchange rate stability will be a critical factor for maintaining investor confidence. Till that level of economic stability, and the impact is not just on the economy, but even on its capital market. The third is the pipeline of future listings. You see, a healthy capital market requires a certain steady flow of quality companies entering the market.
Right.
And just look at the case. If you know your brother couldn't do well, I'm not sure you're going to go there. That's it. And I think that we also need some level of confidence in our regulation. Investors actually need some assurance that market rules, they call it something, I've forgotten the name. But, I mean, the rules are very clear, they are fair, and they are enforced consistently. That assurance is needed. And I think ultimately, how we are going to measure success will be whether Ghana's capital market actually evolves from a financing option that is used occasionally into a mainstream source of long-term capital for businesses across multiple sectors in the Ghanaian economy. And if that happens, or when that happens, these three IPOs may eventually be remembered as the beginning of a new chapter in Ghana's financial and economic development story.
I see. All right, Iman, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully we get to speak again tomorrow. But, I mean, that's some very good insights you shared with us this morning. We're really grateful.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, please do enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll watch the match to see whether your prediction actually comes to pass.
The match is at 11 p.m. Are you sure you can watch?
For the love of the country.
Okay. Me telling you the time means I'll watch. Because I know the time.
Right,
but
right.
I mean, this is not a place you put in all your energies, you know.
I disagree. We have to put in the same energy and increase it as we go on. But anyway, thank you very much. Please do enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
All right. Okay, so that was Emmanuel Watting, in-house economic analyst, and this morning we spoke about the Katapreko IPO, and we touched on a few things, I mean, in the broader market, in the capital markets, really. And one thing remains clear from this conversation, that there's a lot we have to do, I mean, in sustaining this particular IPO momentum that we are beginning to see. And Emmanuel says that maybe we have to be monitoring, or first of all, we have to be looking at exactly what, I mean, the performance of, I mean, post-listing performance of the companies, also the macroeconomic stability, make sure that we sustain or we continue the progress that we've seen on inflation and interest rates and all of that. And that's something that will actually help us. And so that is that. Now, we're going to get into our roundtable discussion for today. Like I told you, today we're talking about marketing an emerging brand. And that's a very important conversation, because so many emerging brands make certain mistakes when they are coming onto the market. You know, you're already coming to a market that is filled with people who are already existing. They have their loyal customers and all that. How do you position yourself to be able to, you know, be dominant in such a market? And that's what we're talking about this morning. Feel free to join the conversation. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Feel free to drop a comment under the live stream. We'll read them for you right here. And also feel free to send your questions. You can send them to WhatsApp to us on WhatsApp on 0544-321019, 0544-321019, and we'll read your messages for you. And then our guest will get to respond. All right. So I'll be joined by a marketing professional, and he will join us to have this conversation this morning. Please stay and stay. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy this, and we'll be right back.
Let's go.
That was Kofi Kinata's Black Star song. Very powerful one as well. All right, we get into our roundtable discussion this morning, and today we're talking about marketing an emerging brand. And like I said early on, there are so many brands or emerging brands that are actually struggling, with quite a number of things. And so this one, we want to make it simple. Wanted to help them make sense of exactly how they can navigate marketing or dominating a market that is already competitive. And that's what we're talking about this one. My guest is Emmanuel Jare. He is a marketing professional, and he joins us over the phone lines for this conversation this morning. Ima, good morning.
Good morning, Nee.
How are you doing, my brother?
I'm very well. How about you?
I'm doing well too, by God's grace. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome, my brother.
Okay. All right. So let's start with the basics. When we talk about emerging brand, what are we talking about?
Okay, so emerging brands typically refer to disruptors, disruptors in an industry. But then let us use the term loosely to refer to, how do you call it? Brands that are now building themselves, like small businesses that are now coming up who want to gain more traction and get more customers and make more money. So those are emerging brands. So I would say brands that are now coming up, now finding their feet in their markets, now trying to figure out how to excel, how to capture more market share.
I see. So does is every new business automatically a brand?
Essentially, every human being is even a brand. You see, you are unique. You are unique. I am unique. Our names are different. Even if we have the same names, our fingerprints will definitely be different. Our voices will be different. So let me use a human body. Let me liken a brand to a human personality. You have your voice, right?
Yeah.
You have your height, your complexion. It defines you. Your voice defines you.
Yeah.
Your proclivity, the thing that you are naturally inclined to do, where you come from defines you. Your country, we are Ghanaians. Today, Ghana is playing. We are all levered.
Yeah.
These are the things that define a brand. So yes. So if you look at how personalities are, you can say that every new business is also a brand. You understand?
Yeah.
In that essentially every new business is supposed to be a brand.
It's supposed to
Some
be.
people don't manage their businesses like they are brands. They just manage it as something that they are just doing to make money. Just like how some people don't take their personal brand seriously, even though naturally you have your own uniqueness about you. If you don't take it, if you are not conscious about it, and you don't take it, you don't pay particular attention to how you are putting yourself out there, you will get lost in the crowd.
I see. Why do businesses, and I want to limit it to businesses, maybe we can have a conversation on people another time, but I want to limit it to businesses. So specifically talking about businesses, why do they struggle? Some people think that, I have a product and then that makes me a brand. Is that what it is?
So that's a mistake that lots of people make. Having the product alone is not a brand. The brand is all encompassing. Again, I'm going to use the personality analogy to drive home the
point.
Brand message again. You see, you may have your product, you may have so most business owners end at the brand, the company name, that's the brand name, and then the logo and maybe some colors. Most business owners usually think that when you do that, you have a brand. I'm doing branding. So I've designed some flyers. That's my branding. These are my colors. I've designed the interior of my office. I've done some signages. I've started a social media page called so and so. So this is my brand. But there are so many components that come together to make up a complete brand. It's not just the physicalities. It goes beyond that to even include how you answer your phone, or how your customer service personnel will answer the phone when customers are calling in, even the voice, the tonality, the language you're going to use. How are you getting your message across to your customers or your target audience? Are you consistent in your messaging? Do you keep saying one thing today, one thing tomorrow? Let's say you are selling something like you are running a fashion brand. Today you are talking about high fashion. The next moment you are talking about thrift. The next moment you're talking about custom made outfits. You may be I mean you can do all of that if you want to do that. But when you do that, your message gets scattered. You are not standing out in any way at all. You are watering down your brand. You know. Yeah. So that's it.
I see. Now, some people also say that, I mean, still on the product issue, once I have a good product, it means that people will come and buy. Why is that mindset often not enough in today's marketplace?
Because you think you have a good product, but is the customer saying you have a good product? People are usually very emotionally attached to what they produce. So everybody thinks they have a good product. Even those who have terrible products, they believe that they have a good product. The market determines it. So you make your product, take it into the market. And now when I say market, allow me to explain what I mean by a market. So when I say market, I'm referring to those who are buying your products. You may be in an industry. For instance, if you take the mobile phone industry, we have different companies in the mobile phone industry. And then even if you pick one particular brand, for instance, Samsung, you will see that they have different products for different market segments. So which market segments are you satisfying? The market segments can be broken down into it can be broken down to different it can be broken down using different parameters. For instance, you want to appeal to a particular demographic of, let's say, young people or older people, or or you want to produce a smartphone which stands out as a luxury kind of smartphone, like how we have with the iPhone. So you see that because of how you want to stand out, it determines how you you make your product, and it determines how you communicate your value. You understand? So you understand your markets. It influences how you make your product. It influences how you communicate your value to your target audiences, and then your target markets. And then they determine whether you have a good product or not. You don't just sit at home and then say that you have a good product, and so you believe you have a good product, while the customers are not responding to what you think you seem to believe.
So a good product is not enough. You must I mean add branding to it. You must actually brand it very well to be able to sell. What is the difference between marketing a product and building a brand?
So marketing, usually when people use the term marketing, they are referring to the things that they see often, like sales, promotions, um, promotions, campaigns, those things. Those are the things that people usually refer to as marketing, but marketing is broader than that. So I'm going to use what people understand as marketing to explain it, and then talk also about branding.
Okay.
So I'll say that that relates more to immediate sales. If you most companies, when you find them performing marketing functions, they're trying to drive sales. Maybe there's a sales promotion here, they're doing some activation here, they are running some campaign, some discount here. They want to drive sales. Even when you're strategizing or doing a market strategy, strategizing for your marketing activities, you are focusing on generating sales and revenue, right? But brand building is more long term. The reason why it's more long term is that it takes time. You cannot get up today, run a campaign, and change people's perception. Branding is about perception management.
Okay.
So that is why I said that the product alone cannot be the brand. There's so many things that go into being the brand: the product, the name, the target audience you are trying to reach, how you communicate. Are you consistent in your service delivery or product delivery, or the product quality? All of these things come together to inform how your customers perceive your brand or your company. Do they perceive it in a positive light, or do they turn their heads when they hear your brand name? You know. So yes, you look at all of these things, and then you see that marketing is more about generating sales, and then branding is more about shaping your customers' perception
Right.
of your business.
Fantastic. Um, Now, let's talk about some of the misconceptions. I think you mentioned one that people think that branding is just, having a nice logo and some signages and all of that. What are some other misconceptions that people have about, now this time, not branding, but marketing?
I think I lightly touched on that. Why I mentioned that mostly people think that marketing is about sales. They think that marketing is about promotions. They think it's about campaign, running campaign, posting social media, how do you call it, reels and influencer. All of these things are marketing functions. They are components. They are extremely important because I'll say these help you create awareness about your brand, about your company, about your service, right?
Okay, yeah.
But marketing is so broad. Do you know that marketing influences how you price your product? If you do good market research to understand the customers you are trying to reach, you determine that, okay, for instance, in Ghana, we are highly price sensitive. So any product that you are bringing into the Ghanaian market, it doesn't matter the industry. If your price is good, you're going to sell. If your price is overpriced, you may sell, but you may not have, you may not get the success that you are looking for. You will find people trying your brand. They'll try it out because it's, oh, okay, let's see if this brand is good. They'll try it out for the first time. They may not come back again because, well, I tried your brand out. It's so expensive. Before you came, there was this brand already that I was using. It's cheaper than yours, and it does the same job. So why should I come back to you? So you see that if you understand the market, you will even learn how to price properly to see the market. Also, if you understand the market, you will learn how to craft your product to see the market. Sometimes, what happens is that some businesses experience what we call, for success to happen, there should be product market fit, right? Where the product fits the market perfectly. So the product, the features that you offer, they are solving a pressing need, they're solving a problem. The price is good. Your messaging is all right. It's hitting their pain points and providing a solace for them. So another component of marketing is the people. Marketing actually determines or helps you determine the kind of people you should even bring into your company to run your company. Are they skilled workers? Because if, for instance, if you're producing a product, I don't want to mention any brand, but if you're producing a product, you need people within your company who are going to be at the helm of production, right? And they should be skilled enough. If they're not skilled enough, then the products you're going to take into the market are going to be defective, they are going to be bad. And when customers buy defective products, bad customer experience, right? They're not going to become your advocates. They're not going to recommend your brand to other people. So all of these things come together to be marketing. So in marketing, we have a very simple way of remembering all the components of the marketing of marketing functions. We call the 7 P's. Let me share with our audience. This includes the products, the pricing, the promotion. The promotions are what people see mostly. That has to do with how you communicate your value for people to choose your products. This includes the advertising, the sales promotions, the PR, all of that. The things that we see, the activation, these are the promotions. And then we have the place, that's the issue, how you get your products to people, from after you have produced your product, how do you get it to the people? And then we have the people that you work with, and then your processes. What processes do you use within your company to ensure that you have efficiency, to ensure quality, how do you call it, quality control and all of that. And then you have the physical evidence. That's how are your customers getting to interact with you in your stores or in another person's store. Maybe you have a stand in a store. All of these things come together to make the how do you call it? So all of this come under marketing. You understand? So marketing is more broad. It's broader than what people think about maybe just sales and promotions and all of that.
Okay. Now we live in a world where thousands of marketing messages appear to us, or we get to see thousands of marketing messages every day on social media, on radio, on TV, even on our phones. We see a lot of messages. So practically, if you can, how does an emerging brand break through that noise and actually get the attention it deserves or the attention it wants or even gets noticed? How can a
Yes.
brand do that?
Yes. So when I began, I I I I said that emerging brands are usually disruptors, but we are using emerging brands usually today to refer to business owners and companies that are now coming up. So I'm going back to that. So what is a disruptor? A disruptor is a business that has noticed a gap in an industry and has taken it upon itself to challenge the big players in the industry head on. That is a disruptor.
Can you give a typical example?
For instance, Uber. Uber has forever changed the transportation industry worldwide. Another example in Ghana would be mobile money, MTN mobile money. MTN mobile money has forever changed how we do e-commerce in Ghana, how we do payments and receive payments forever, right? And these are sometimes young business people will say, oh, these examples, they are big corporations. I can't relate. But this is where you are wrong. What these companies did was that they took their time and they did market research into industries, into markets, and they identified gaps, and they filled the gaps in a way that nobody was doing. They filled the gaps with novel solutions that nobody at all had thought of. So you have to be creative, you have to be innovative if you really want to stand out. And in getting your message out there, you see, again, you have to pick the niche, understand the gap in the market. I think I explained what a market is earlier, right? So when you go into the market, again, I'm going to use the mobile phone market. You can segment the market based on different demographics, like age, like gender, like income level, like even locations, right? For instance, in Ghana, if you go to the rural parts, you'll be surprised that yam phones sell faster than the smartphones. Smartphones, averagely across the country, they sell faster because everybody wants to get a smartphone. But when you go into the hinterlands, you go into the rural areas, you'll be surprised that, especially with the older demographic, who are, let's say, 40, 45 in the rural areas, they prefer they prefer the yam phones, to the smartphones. You understand? So that is one demographic. That is one demographic in the mobile phone, in the how do you call it? The mobile phone market, right? Now, relating it to other businesses, you need to be able to sit down, understand the segment within the market that you are trying to satisfy, understand them very well, and craft messaging that resonates with them. For instance, the smartphone market. If you can decide to say, okay, I want to produce a smartphone, I'm targeting only women in Ghana. What do we know about women? I'm not a woman, but I'm going to try my best. Maybe we can say that women like colorful phones, right? So I'm going to make I am targeting only, my phone is called the Z phone. I am targeting only women. I don't care about the men. So then that will influence how I'll make my product. So then that means that in my product, I'm going to put apps and functions within the product that I know that women love. For instance, on
Hello. All right, I think I lost Emmanuel there. Let me try and see if we can reconnect him, and then we continue the conversation. But he was making a point that if you're really going to be able to stand out, or you're an emerging brand, which he defines as a disruptor, somebody who's coming to like change there or challenge what is actually already being done in a particular industry, then one thing you need to do is to be able to do market research so that you can know exactly where to hit and where to come in and all of that. And it's going to break down that a lot more as we go on. But we're going to let me just announce the phone lines in case you're listening to us and you want to join the conversation. Feel free to send us a WhatsApp on 0544321019, 0544321019, and I will read your messages for you. Also, you can engage us on social media platforms. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Please feel free to drop a comment there, and I'll read your messages for you. All right, so we'll get Emmanuel back on the line, and then we can continue the conversation. Please keep listening to this, and we'll be right back. Emmanuel back on the line, and we'll continue the conversation now. Ima, welcome back.
Thank you, Ni.
All right, great. So yeah, you were making a point about. I think you finished making a point about market research, and you were moving to another thing.
Yes. So I was talking about how important it is to understand the market segment that you want to satisfy. If you want to scale up and you want to gain traction quickly, And I was talking about how even in the mobile phone, the smartphone or mobile phone market, if you do your research and you see that the one demographic is being underserved, and you decide to satisfy that demographic's needs and demands will influence how you make your product and also influence how you communicate, so that your message resonates with your target customers. And I was saying that, for example, you may decide to, in the smartphone market, you may decide to, upon research, focus on producing smartphones for women, specifically women, only women. Your brand is maybe, for instance, Zed phones, and you just make phones for women. That will influence how you're going to design your phones, the colors you're going to use. For instance, we know that women like bright colors. You're going to produce phones that are bright colored, red, yellow, lemon green, these colors. Another thing is going to be that we know that women like to take nice photos, right? They want to capture all the moments, and so you're going to put good cameras into your phone with low light abilities and all of that. You're going to put apps in the phone that women actually love and gives value to them. For instance, your phones come preloaded with free apps that help women to stay beautiful, to have quiet time, the things that women love to do. You have them in pre-installed in your your mobile phone, right? And then in your messaging, definitely when you are communicating with your target audiences, because you are talking specifically to one particular demographic, your messaging is more precise and concise. It goes straight to the point, touches their heart at the core, talking about their unique problems, resonating with them. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's how understanding your markets can influence your messaging and help you stand out so that you can scale quickly and gain traction quickly.
I see. Wow. Now, so in your view, where do most emerging brands actually get it wrong in those early stages?
I think when, again, emerging brands, meaning companies, brands that are now coming up, where they get it wrong is when they try to serve every customer. It's counterintuitive. But you may think that your product is for everybody,
Yeah.
but your product is not for everybody. Your product is for a particular target segment within the market, right? And when you don't get the segments right, where you don't get the product that fits that particular segment right, you keep trying and you wonder. Think about this. There is a popular product that's do you know Cerelac?
Yeah.
Cerelac is specifically for children. It was made for children.
Yeah.
Yes, for children. So I think toddlers. But do you know that adults eat Cerelac more than the children? Why? Because the messaging has been consistent. Now I was coming to that. One other thing that the how do you call it? The emerging brands get it wrong. But let me finish with this. The messaging has been consistent. They have positioned the brand properly in the eyes of their customers. And so even though they are targeting mothers to buy it and feed it to their children, in the end, you get a spill-off benefits where the mothers are eating it themselves, even though some of the mothers are eating it themselves. Men are eating it, boys are eating it,
But
girls are eating it.
sorry, not to cut you, but is it about the brand? Cerelac, people eating Cerelac, is it really about the brand?
Not necessarily about the brand, but that's what I'm trying to say, that you should be specific in your messaging. Never before has Cerelac been marketed as a food for adults. But whether you like it or not, adults still eat it. I'm trying to talk about the importance of picking your niche, focusing on your niche, and crafting all your messaging to speak directly to that particular niche. Because in as much as I said that because I said the mistake that a lot of emerging brands make. Please follow me. I know it's counterintuitive, but it works. The reason why some of the emerging brands are suffering is because they're trying to communicate to everybody. Everybody. When you are trying to communicate to everybody, your message becomes confusing. You don't stand for anything. But when you're trying to communicate with just one person within the crowd, it makes your message so concise that everybody else can hear you because your message is unique. It stands out. So even though you're not trying to tell the adults to eat it, you are trying to tell mothers to feed it to their children, they will also try it out. It is nice. The adults will also eat it. Again, it's counterintuitive to think that as a business, you should only speak to one particular segment of the market, but it works. That is how you build a strong brand. So that's one of the first mistakes that emerging brands make, where they are trying to communicate and sell to everybody. Not everybody is your customer. That is why you need to understand. Do you know that in as much as the mobile phone analogy I used, the example I used, where I said Z phone company is producing phones for only females, right?
Yeah.
Focusing on only females, selling to only females. Do you know what might probably happen if the Z mobile phone company is able to communicate very well with its target audience? Do you know what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that you will find that mobile phone sales for Z may show that the records may show that more men buy the phones than even women, even though the product is specifically made for women. Why are the men buying it? Because they are buying it for their daughters, they're buying it for their mothers, they're buying it for their
Their
girlfriends
partners.
and their wives. Why? Because the message is so clear. This phone is for women. So me as a man, if I need a phone for a woman, there is only one phone that is going to come into my mind. That is the Z mobile phone, which is for women. And I'll go and buy the Z phone. Unless the woman says, oh, I don't like Z, I want another brand. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
So it is counterintuitive, but it works. You have to pick a niche, communicate directly to that niche, avoid the noise. You are not trying to sell to everybody. Not everybody is your customer. Understand your customer, know your customer, understand your customer, and communicate directly. In good companies, we can create a persona for your target customer. So you can even give the target customer a name, and then you define and describe how the target customer behaves, what the target customer likes, where they hang out, where all of those things, and it informs how you do your marketing. It's counterintuitive again, but it really, really works because it makes your messaging so concise that everybody will hear you. Yes.
I see. All right. Now, one of the biggest challenges for new brands is trust. Consumers are, often hesitant to try something unfamiliar. And so even if a product is good, you realize that sometimes the trust barrier still exists. Why do you think consumers are naturally, skeptical of emerging brands?
People fear the unknown. People fear the unknown. There is a reason why you see brands spending so much money to stay in the spotlight so that people will know about them. Because the moment that the customer forgets your name, they go into the market and then they don't know, they see your brand, but they don't know you. It becomes difficult for them to buy because they've never heard of you before.
True.
So all the billboards you see in town, all the TV adverts you see, sometimes it's not even to generate sales. It's just to create top of mind awareness so that you still have the brand at the back of your mind. So that when you see it elsewhere, it's not so new to you because people naturally, as human beings, we fear the unknown. We eat the foods that we know. When I go into a Chinese restaurant, I'm very careful. I know Chinese food is very good, but their spices can sometimes upset my tummy. So I'm very careful. I'm trying to determine, okay, what goes into this. I don't even know the meat that they've used. And I don't, so when you don't know it, you are skeptical. But when you get to know it, maybe you taste it for the first time. Oh, it's really nice. It didn't upset my tummy. I'm okay. The next time I'm going to buy it again. Why? Because now I know it. It's a natural thing. As human beings, it takes time for us to build trust, for us to get to trust in someone or something, especially when it comes to trusting in something like a brand. Imagine you are going to buy a car that you're going to use for a daily commute and to travel long journeys. And then these brands that people are using them and it's okay, And then there's this other brand which has a funny name. You've never heard of it before. Even if that brand is, I don't want to mention any brands, but even if that brand is the best, it's better than the one that you'll be very skeptical about it because you've not seen it in town before. You don't know about it. Nobody has given any review about it. You don't know anybody who owns one, or you've never known anybody who has ever owned one. So you'll be skeptical. You may decide to go with a brand because it's safer. And human beings, we like to choose safer options. We don't want to risk too much because when you risk too much and then it doesn't work out, sometimes the damage can be too much to bear. So we try to pick the ones that we know and we are comfortable with. So that's why that happens.
I see. So how can people solve that? How can brands solve that? I understand that there's a role of storytelling. What role can storytelling play in breaking that trust barrier?
So it comes back to, again, understanding the target customer you're trying to communicate to. Understand what their real pain points are so that you will be able to relate to them and communicate through your messaging in a very, I don't want to use convincing. If I say convincing, it means you are trying to dubiously change someone's mind, but in a way to actually show them that you are actually there to to solve that particular problem for them. You're not just there to make money. You're actually there. You are concerned about them. You want to solve the problem for them. The other thing is you have to make when you make. You see, brands make promises all the time. I've used this example before. I'm going to use it again, where you have a woman who starts selling food by the roadside. I don't know her. I go and buy her food. On the first day, I go and buy her food. My bowl is full. The meat is a lot. It's tasty. You can see that she used quality ingredients. So I like it. So I go again. Then I go again. Now, after my third time or my fourth time, now the quantity of the food has reduced. Now the quantity of the meat has reduced. And the taste is also changing. I can now tell that she's using low quality products. She's sourcing low quality products to make her food. So you can taste it in the food. You know, what has happened? What has happened now is that she has broken a promise to me. Because the first time I came to eat her food, that food that she gave me was a promise. She set an expectation for me, and I was expecting it to be met all the time. And so, if after a while the expectation is not being met, you've broken your promise because you told me that when I come, I'll get full bowl, I'll get tasty food, I'll get plenty meat. Now you've changed it. Why did you do that? You have broken your promise to me. So how can I trust you? I can't trust you again because I don't know what I'm going to get when I come to you.
Yeah.
I don't know when I'm going to get full bowl, tasty meal, plenty meat, or I'm going to get half bowl, terrible taste, and no meat at all. So then trust is broken over there. And the same thing applies to all other businesses. When you start your business, you make a promise, and brands make promises every day. When you say that this is what you do, ensure that you do it and do it consistently. When your customers relate with you for an extended period of time, and they always get a particular kind of service, that is why processes are so important. Your processes have to be standardized so that it doesn't matter which branch your customer goes to. And the fast food companies, they do very well at that. I don't want to mention brands, but the ones who make the burgers and the pizzas, they do very well at that, where they standardize their processes to a point where you get the same taste in Ghana and you get the same taste in the US. Why? Because they have taken their customers seriously, and it has influenced how they even do their internal processes so that they don't break their promise to you. So consistently and over time, you see that when you don't break a promise to your customers, eventually and naturally, they are going to trust you. And that's how trust builds, you know. That's how trust builds. Also, trust can be built through other people, maybe. And it comes down to the same consistency, not breaking your promise. I think it's critical because if you don't break a promise to me, I'll trust you and I'll recommend you to my friend. If you don't break your promise to that friend as well, he is also going to trust you and recommend you to another friend. And then your company grows. Yes.
I see. All right. Because of our time, we'll touch on a few other things and then we can wrap up. Now, marketing on limited budget is one other thing. I mean, most emerging brands are, they are not working with a lot of marketing budgets. Some are even literally operating on survival level resources. So how should a startup think about marketing when their money is limited? Where should that first marketing investment actually go?
Okay, so when it comes to, again, we are using marketing here to refer to the visible activities like the sales, promotion, the advertisement, and the rest. So when I say marketing, I'm referring to advertising, promotion, because those are the most expensive parts of the marketing function. Advertising, billboards, TV, they are very expensive. So you see, most times you don't even need money if you understand your customer base very well. And there is one thing that emerging brands, that is the small companies that are coming up, there's one thing that they have that the bigger companies just do not have. The smaller companies, they are more nimble, they are more agile, right? They can change direction at any time. But the bigger companies, you see that there's lots of bureaucracy. So before they make out their mind on taking one action or the other, you, the smaller company, you have tried and tested out 3 different approaches, and you have been able to determine which one works. That is a superpower that the bigger companies do not have. Because if they're changing one, you can set up a company today, as a small company, right? You want to try what works in the market. Let's say you are a fashion brand. Okay, let me try. I want to come up with an example that everybody can relate to. You know, let me try making ready to wear. Okay, let me see how it goes. Let me try making, okay, custom fits. Let's see how it goes. Okay, thrift. Let's see how it goes. Within a month, you can try out these three different things, determine which one works, and then focus on it. So you have picked the market segment you want to satisfy.
Yeah.
You think there's a gap there. Maybe, okay, you are not sure whether they like ready to wear or they like the custom ones. Okay, let me make one, let me dedicate 2 weeks to custom, 2 weeks to ready to wear, right? Let's see which one works. Okay, ready to wear works. I'm going to focus on ready to wear. I'm going to do ready to wear to the death of me. Why? Because I have determined that it works. For the bigger companies, they may not be able to do it as quick as you. I'm using the fashion designer as an example because I think a lot of people can relate to. But there are so many different industries that when you are small and you are now emerging, and when you are small, you are now emerging, there's some kind of arrogance that you have that the bigger ones don't because they've been beaten down by, the how do you call it, the unpredictable markets, and that kind of arrogance helps. I use arrogance not in a negative way, but as in confidence, because you don't know whether you are going wrong or you're going right. You are just trying different things, and it doesn't kill you. When a bigger company makes a mistake, it's going to cost them billions to correct course. When you, the small company, make a mistake, it's going to cost you only time to correct course. So there are these are and to be able to determine some of these things, you have to sit down, understand your industry, understand your market, and most importantly, understand your company itself, your internal operation, understand it well. And if you're able to do that, there is a simple tool that we use in our industry in marketing to help companies come up with um, working solutions to stand out in their market. It's called the SWOT analysis. Most industries perform the SWOT analysis. A lot of people take it for granted, but it's so important and it's so powerful. It allows you to sit down, look at your industry, determine the threats in there, see the opportunities in there, see how your small company, you can position yourself to take advantage of the specific opportunities, which don't always require you to spend money on advertisements. You understand? But
Yeah.
if you don't sit down to do the research to find it out, you will not know. And you'll be sitting there thinking, oh, it's only about advertisements. But advertisements is just one part of the marketing function where you are trying to create awareness. But before you even create awareness, there are different ways you can go about it. And you'll be able to make money, stand out in the market, and survive longer to a point where you get the enough funds to be able to advertise like the big boys.
I see. That's some very good information there. Our time is up, and so we'll wrap up now. But one more thing before we go. Now, I see that there's a trend where founders themselves are becoming part of the brand. How important is personal branding in the growth of emerging businesses? Should every entrepreneur be the face of their brand, or does it sometimes limit growth in any way?
This is I personally I believe so. Every entrepreneur should be the face of your brand. Don't give the I personally believe that as an entrepreneur, you should be the face of your brand. Because the person you are going to employ to be the face of your brand can never, and I promise you this, the next person can never sell your company like how you can. The next person can never understand your brand story like how you do. So I fought at this where I am not very good at being the face of my own brand, but I see the knowledge, the wisdom in entrepreneurs being the faces of their brands. Because people trust faces. People trust people. People trust people more than they trust things. So if they see your business and then they see a face, they can put a face to the business. You have removed one layer of trust. You have removed one layer or one hindrance to them trusting you, right? So now they can put, especially for online like this, where that is why you see that the influencers, social media influencers, whenever they introduce any business, rapidly they gain traction because people already know them. And as I told you earlier, people trust what they know. So because I know you, I trust you. So when you bring something because I know and trust you, I trust what you are bringing. So it's easier for me to come and then buy from you. You understand?
Yeah.
Yes. So putting a face to a brand always works. Why do you think there are so many churches in Ghana with so many church members? Look at the churches. They always use the pastors and the apostles as the face of the brand, and it always works for them. So we can. So there's something before I leave. This is one thing we can learn from the churches in Ghana, that put your face in front of your brand. Make your face the face of the brand, and people will be.
Hello? Oh, unfortunately, I think we lost Emmanuel again, and but because of our time, I'm not sure we'll be able to reconnect him. But I think his point is made. He says that one of the things we can learn from the churches is that they put their faces, the face of the pastor as a brand, and because of that, people, get to connect with that brand, and they are able to, as it were, associate with the brand and even stay with the brand. So when we mention certain churches in this country, I'm sure you'll be able to tell which pastor leads it, because the pastor is the face of that particular brand. And he says that businesses must also learn that. Right, this morning we've spoken about marketing and emerging brand. Emmanuel has given us a lot of, nuggets and things that we need to know about all of that. If you miss any parts of the conversation, you can head straight to our social media platforms. We are on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Feel free to go and play back this conversation. But that's how we wrap up. Emmanuel Jari J is a marketing professional, and he joined us this morning. Special thanks to him for making time to join us and sharing his insights with us right here on the show. All right, we are back again tomorrow for some more interesting conversations. Until then, please keep listening to Z 101.9 FM. And when you think Ghana, think Z. My name is Nitrebi Hammond. I hope that you support the Black Stars tonight, and let's go for victory. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself. And up next is The Brighter Side with Jeremy Okoria Marco. Bye-bye.
business radio.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM. Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
This is the station you hear in stores and offices.
In just about every place a radio is allowed.
Zed
101.9. It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM. Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
A word from the wise, don't try to make life on your own. Remember that Jah just by your side. For I was a soul who was lost, and my life was in dismay. For among evil forces in which I played, guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With God-fearing people I chose to strive. For all of the lives that are taken, they can never be replaced. But still Jah chose to remember my face. Though I never lived like he wanted, I'm still mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, you rescued me. I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark. He was the light at the end of the road. When I was a young boy, growing up in Augustown, we ate from the same pot. We were Indians all around. From Gola to Colorado Corner, from Rockers to Jungle 12 Tire, Bryson to Dread Heights and River, all around. And then the football ground became a battlefield, and my life seemed so surreal. People were falling all around, but Jah helped me to stand my ground. Only Jah could have helped me to stand my ground. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Oh, never lived to please him, I never lived like I should. I've lived and I've learned, I've made mistakes along the way. Now I beg for forgiveness each day as I try to pray. So take it from me, son, you can change the world today. And I am living proof that crime doesn't pay. For I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, he rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. I'm on my bending knees. I ask the Father, please. Father, you rescued me, and I got the scars to show. Barely made it along like so.
It's your lifestyle,
As my
nurture,
life got
and business
dark,
radio.
He was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I never
A man is still a man, without him wear jacket and tie and walk barefoot. The only difference is whether him good or evil. Oh, a man is still a man, without him rich or poor, black or white for sure. The only difference is whether him good or evil. Listen, friend, we see lots of different people in the street, wiping car glass window. This is what they do day to day, just to get a little food to eat. Oh yeah. And then you have others wearing suit and tie, work a good 9 to 5, and take it for granted that they're living a better life. I say the color of our skin don't mean a thing if we do good or commit to sin. We're all judged by the same. Jah is his holy name. So let's all be aware of how we entertain angels unaware. For angels do move through man, whether here or from there. A man is still a man, without him wear jacket and tie or him walk barefoot. The only difference is whether him good or evil. A man is still a man, without him rich or poor, black or white for sure. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil.
never mind class, creed, or race. For the welfare of all men. Be sure we're living life, we treat all men right. For we are all the same. Hear the most
A man is still a man, without him wear jacket and tie or him walk barefoot. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil. Oh yeah. A man is still a man, without him rich or poor, black or white for sure. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil. Hear these words again. Lots of different people live in the streets and wipe car glass window. This is what they do day to day, just to get a little food to eat. And then you have others wearing suit and tie, work a good 9 to 5, and take it for granted that they're living a better life. A man is still a man, without him wear jacket and tie or him walk barefoot. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil.
A man is still a man. By Morgan Heritage. Good morning, beautiful people, and welcome to the brighter side on Zed 101.9 FM. It is Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, and I hope you woke up feeling completely light, happy, and balanced, because we're sitting right in the heart of the week and we're surrounding you with the absolute smoothest, most beautiful lovers rock music all morning long. Let those steady bass lines and sweet brass sections carry you beautifully through your morning tasks. And listen, the energy across the entire country today is an absolute fire, because today is the day. Yeah, today is the day. Our very own Black Stars are stepping onto the pitch at the World Cup in Toronto to face Panama in our massive opening Group L fixture. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. My goodness, the Blacks are out, the jerseys are ready, and the anticipation is breaking the scale. I want to know right now through the text lines, what is your official score line prediction for the game today? Are we taking a clean 3 points? Hit me up right now. 0544-321-019. 0544-321-019. We have a spectacular midweek show mapped up to guide you through your morning. We are dropping right into our morning charge with the art of the fresh start to hit the reset button. Right after that, we are going to celebrate our June 17th birthday celebrants. Then it's Wednesday, which means we introduce our word for the day to give you your vocabulary a premium upgrade. Then from there, we slide into the wellness check to cover 5 essential rules to protect your kidneys. Then we're going to track the biggest viral buzz across the web in What's Trending. And when the lunch hour hits, What's for Lunch brings a completely elegant, stress-free vibe with a gorgeous charcuterie board layout. I know that might be a first for someone, but hold on tight. You will love it. It is a completely premium, relaxed, and high vibe, right? So keep your dials locked right here. This is where you want to be with me, Jeremy Okori Amwako, and I'm by your side, right on the brighter side.
From the wise, don't try to make life on your own. Remember that Jah just by your side. For I was a soul who was lost, and my life was in dismay. For among evil forces in which I played, guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With God-fearing people I chose to strive for all of the lives that are taken. They can never be replaced. But still Jaja chose to remember my face. Though I never lived like he wanted, I'm still mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. God, Father, you rescued me. I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark. He was the light at the end of the road. When I was a young boy, growing up in Augustown, we ate from the same pot. We were Indians all around. From Gola to Colorado Corner, from Rockers to Jungle 12 Tire, Bryce Hill to Dread Heights and River, all around. Yeah. And then the football ground became a battlefield, and my life seemed so surreal. People were falling all around, but Jah helped me to stand my ground. Only Jah could have helped me to stand my ground. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. Cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Oh, never lived to please him, I never lived like I should. I've lived and I've learned. I've made mistakes along the way. Now I beg for forgiveness each day as I try to pray. So take it from me, son, you can change the world today. And I'm living proof that crime doesn't pay. For I never lived like he wanted. I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, he rescued me. And I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I never lived like he wanted. I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. 'Cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. 'Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. I'm on my bending knees, I ask the Father, please. Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. As my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road.
Mama, take this badge off of me. Mama, take this badge off of me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting too dark to see. I feel like knocking on heaven's door. Yes. Not knocking on heaven's door. I'm not knocking on Zion's door. Yes. I'm not knocking on heaven's door. I'm not knocking on Zion's door. Yeah. Mama put them guns in the ground. Oh yes, 'cause I can't shoot them anymore. Oh no, that long black cloud is coming down. Yeah, feel like knocking on Zion's door. Do you hear me, boy? I'm not knocking on heaven's door. I'm not knocking on Zion's door. Yeah, yes. I'm not knocking on heaven's door. Alright. I'm not knocking on Zion's door. Mama, wipe the blood from my face. Yes. I'm sick and tired of the war. Got a lonely heart feeling, and it's hard to trace. I feel like I'm knocking on Zion's door. I'm not knocking on heaven's door. Alright. I'm not knocking on Zion's door. I'm not knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not knocking on Zion's door.
Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
myself I must rise and go and testify. 'Cause man was made to serve Jah, and together we live forever. Man was made to serve Jah, and together we live forever. Upon this earth on which I trod to teach the word of God, my Bible is my only shield and the music is my rod. I pray mankind would hear my voice and listen when Jah called. But all they do is carry on like they don't care at all. When man was made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever. Man was made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever. Was a lonely night, a night like this, when I lay down on my bed, when I thought about the God I serve and all I'm going through. As the memories rushed down through my mind, it brought tears down to my pillows. I said to myself that I must rise and go and speak your word, 'cause I know that man was made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever. Man was made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever. Yeah. Pray that you can live to see tomorrow. Made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever.
Your lifestyle lurcher and business radio.
Serve Jah on your ears right now. This is the brighter side on Zed 101.9 FM, and I am your companion, Jeremy Okorie Amwako. I hope you're doing well and your morning is treating you well. Tell that morning, be good to me. Because we don't have time for gloom, we don't have time for sorrow. It's all happiness from here on, especially if you tune in now. So welcome and feel at home. Talking about homes, do you know that you can step into your dream home? Oh yeah. With Lakeside Estates exclusive offer, you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayment. And this offers you affordable payments, flexible home purchase plan, quality homes, and lifestyle choice. So choose from a variety of beautiful homes in any of Lakeside Hills clusters, because your future awaits. Imagine living in a home you love with the freedom to invest in your dreams without the burden of interest. Oh yes, as your CIMG Real Estate Company of the Year for the 4th time, we offer you hassle-free home acquisition. Call us today on 0204-775-042 or 0204-775-040, or 050-141-8622. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Call us now to learn more and schedule a tour of our available homes. Lakeside Estates, quality homes for all. Have you ever entered a day and thought to yourself, goodness, I wish I had a fresh start? Or maybe you were in the middle of the day or at the end of the day and thought to yourself, goodness, I wished I had a fresh start. If that is you, hold on, because in our morning chart today, we're talking about the art of the fresh start and how you can hit that button to reset your entire life and not just your day. And like I said earlier, we are going to celebrate June 17 borns. You're special and you do deserve that spotlight. Then, because it's a Wednesday, we're going to give you a word of the day to give your vocabulary a premium upgrade. And from here, we are going to check out what's buzzing on the web in what is trending. And then we will see how you can protect your kidneys with 5 essential rules. And when lunch hits, oh my goodness, you can bet that I'll bring you a completely elegant, stress-free vibe with a gorgeous charcuterie board layout. I first saw this lunch, I think 2-3 years ago. I looked at it, and the minute I saw it, I was like, no way, this is the it. So it's a completely premium morning. We have a relaxed vibe. So just keep your doubts locked right here. And let's go on this ride together. I am your companion by your side, right here on the brighter side.
Strength and hope, strength and hope. You are my strength and my hope, yeah, yeah. I know say that is my light and my salvation, my strength and my hope in times of my distress. Who shall I fear? Nobody. Careful of who you gonna trust in the day, 'cause in the night you never see them. Only for things we do as mankind, they are well hidden. And anything I don't see, I don't hear. From them things that I tell me never fear, I'll never know what kind of battle you fight for me. Strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope, strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope, strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope. We are talking about strength, we don't mean no strength from the gym. Talking strength from within. God in the eye, give me the power, take a fight and win. Spiritual battles and things. Oh, my hope is not $1 million and the things that I owe. Oh, and lies in the eyes of the Father. Strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope, strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope, strength and hope, strength and hope. You be my strength and hope. In times like this, I cannot go. Gotta give me strength and hope.
It's your lifestyle nurture and business radio.
Shall be alright. Yeah, yeah. Don't you cry. Don't you cry. Yeah. 'Cause Jah shall wash away all the tears from my eyes. tides are raging high. We know we shall win, yeah. We know we'll survive, yeah. Jah shall wash away all the tears. Ooh, in this time of destruction, we must hold on firm. We got to get along. Being over hurdles, all of the mountain tops. Forward on, we all are marching on. We say, Jah shall wash away all the tears from my eyes. In times when the storms and the tides are raging high, we know we shall win, and we know we'll survive. Yeah. Jah shall wash away all tears. Yeah. We know we must win the fight. Ooh, when the wicked try come and eat upon thy flesh, we know that Jah, He is the best over trials and tribulations, because Jah shall wash away all the tears from my eyes. In times when the storms and the tides are raging high, we know we shall win, and we know we'll survive. Yeah. Jah shall wash away all the tears. We keep on fighting and fighting, against the wicked in high and low places. No matter what they do, no matter what they try, I and I, we shall overcome, because Jah shall wash away the tears from my eyes. In times when the storms and the tides are raging high, yeah, we know we shall win, and we know we'll survive. Yeah. Jah shall wash away all the tears. These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you call me a liar. Oh no, 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 no. Baby, tell me where you gone, gone, gone. I've been feeling for your love so long. We can praise God in the moonlight. Baby, if you with me, better do right. And I've been gone too long, and I'm hoping that you sing my song, my song. I've been on this road for way too long. I've been hoping that we all get along. These roads of flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar. Give Jah the thanks and praises. I've been on my own, but we ain't never left alone, long, long. And if I'm telling you the feeling is wrong, relax a little, friend, this won't take too long. And when you're feeling alone, you can call my phone. Is there a better way to go? Teach them something before they lose the song. Oh no, 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 freedom is the road. Oh no, 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 coming in from the cold. Tell them not to sell it, it's worth more than gold. And guiltiness will catch them in the end. Oh yeah, oh yeah. They'll try to manipulate
praises. Blessing and any thanks and praises. Give Jah thanks and praises. Give Jah all the thanks and praises. The
is your ultimate mid-morning show, The Brighter Side on Zed 101.9 FM. And as promised, we are serving you premium lovers rock tunes, which I hope you are enjoying. But we'll do a switch very soon because this is Ghana's day. We need to feel that energy. So we are going to switch into some Ghanaian music. We'll take the vibe from there. But for now, let's set a beautiful healing intention for this Wednesday morning. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we are leaning into the art of a fresh start. Because so many times we treat a clean slate like it's a rare luxury that only happens on New Year's Day or on the first day of the month or maybe on a Monday morning. And we carry the weight of yesterday's mistakes, yesterday's arguments, or yesterday's heavy moments like an ankle. We let them pull us down and pull our mood down and ruin our day. But here's the beautiful truth about life. A clean slate is not an annual event. It's a daily, moment by moment gift. Every single breath you take, every single morning you open your eyes is a loving invitation to hit the reset button, to forgive yourself for whatever went wrong yesterday and try again with a clean heart. All I'm saying is that yesterday's occurrence doesn't have to define today's, start. If yesterday didn't go as planned, well, let it go. It has served its purpose. You've learned your lesson. You know what to do, what not to do. But today is another chance. You get to write a completely different story. You have the opportunity that many people wish they had. Because you do know that someone passed on yesterday, right? Yeah, someone wished they had the chance you have today because you have life. You have strength. You are hearing me right now, which means you have the ability to hear, right? You can talk. Your heart is beating right now. That is some powerful stuff, don't you think? And you have a whole brand new canvas and you get to paint whatever you want to paint. So I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what happened last week. I don't know what happened last month. I most surely do not know what happened last year in your life. But today is a new day. You get to take a deep breath, smile, and embrace a fresh start today. Don't get bogged down by what happened, what didn't go well, because it's serious. Sometimes we let the pressure from yesterday weigh us down and steal the potential to create a new story. You have a chance. Now use it. Tell me, have you ever wished for a fresh start, and what did you do when you felt that way? Okay, so it's Wednesday, June 17th, and it's time for us to see who you share birthday with. And if you're turning a year older today, a massive happy birthday to you. Girl, boy, man, woman, you rock. And today is your day. You deserve the spotlight. So guess who you share birthday with going in right about now. Yes, happy birthday to you. Now, we are stopping just to look at you and tell you how special you are. Happy birthday to you, and thank you for making it this far. To help you know just how special this day is, we have 3 names here, 3 people in fact, who share your birthday with you. We have Venus Williams, one of the greatest tennis players the sport has ever produced, and one half of arguably the most dominant sibling act in the history of professional sports, alongside her sister Serena. 7 Grand Slam singles titles, 4 Olympic gold medals, and a career that has spanned over 2 decades at the very top of a brutally physical sport. And now she's out there competing. She turns 46 today. Venus Williams, happy birthday to her. Kendrick Lamar is celebrating his birthday today. He is one of the most respected and most decorated rappers of his generation. Multiple Grammy Awards, a Pulitzer Prize for Music, the first ever awarded to someone outside classical or jazz, and he won that for his album Damn. And today he's turning 39. That's a lot of years. Happy birthday, Kendrick. And then we have Jodie Whittaker. She's a British actress who made history as the first woman to play the title role in Doctor Who, stepping into one of the most iconic characters in television history and making it entirely her own. She brought warmth and energy and really a genuine sense of wonder to the role across 3 seasons. And today she turns 44. Happy birthday, Jodie. And now you know how great the company is that you are in. If today's your birthday or the birthday of someone you know and love, send me a message on 0544 321 019, 0544 321 019, and we'll do the honors of celebrating you on air. Okay, so we have a word for you today. And if you are a devout listener of the brighter side, it means that every Wednesday you have a new word to add to your vocabulary. And today we're looking at a very beautiful word, a word which carries peace in itself. You have to hear it to know it. And I'll be announcing it very soon. Wellness Check is going to tell us how to take care of our kidneys by sticking to 5 important rules. Sadly, around last 3 years, we lost someone very, very dear to us, and he passed on as a result of a kidney issue. I don't mean to scare you, but I mean, knowing what I know now and knowing that it's important to take care of our kidneys, I say, why not share it? So stay tuned here and you will know and learn now how to take care of your kidneys so you can grow longer and live longer on earth. Where else though? What's trending is also coming to you. We are going to talk about all the viral media buzz on the web today. And you sure can bet the Black Stars will be in there somewhere, because today we are facing Panama. Oh, I have high hopes for Ghana. There's nothing you can tell me. I'm very confident. In fact, I'm so confident I'm wearing Black Stars jersey right now. Yeah, that's how confident I am. So let's spread the good vibes and let's keep the brighter side going.
We go come together, as people know hunger. It is love, no shade. One must say, I will find a way, find a way home, find a way home, find a way home. I will find a way,
lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Listen, I say Ghana, we go, Black Stars, we go. I say Ghana, we go, we dey go, Black Stars, we dey go. Yeah. Ghana, we go, Black Stars, we dey go. Yeah. I say Ghana, we go, Black Stars, we dey go. Yeah. Now who they play like us? Who they score like us? Jordan, are you? He be top striker. Who are you trying to test the day? Impadi on fade day. Yeah. We go, Black Stars, we dey go. Black Stars, we dey go. Yeah. I say Ghana, we go, Black Stars, we dey go. Yeah. Now who they play like us? Who they score like us? Black Stars, we be number one. Who are you trying to test the day? Impadi on fade day. Yeah. Now who they play like us? Who they score like us? Black Stars, we be number one. Who are you trying to test the day? Impadi on fade day. Yeah. Oh, big language in the defense. Do survey, do so. Oh, bien pane,
handkerchief. Let me see your kerchief. Into your handkerchief. I will promise you I can see it. Ghana na tesu. Kaya shebo. Nansu wedi emwode. Pokomotia yesa ya mwopo. Jane mbeme. Ghana blaster. Nana nyami de crying. Wanna bebe. Ghana blasters. Nana nyami de crying. Yeah, Bessamona, Chumo time cost rubber for my Ghana blasters. Yeah, be a Yenina Yabo. Hey, but I don't know Kumafo. Any day are you, but just someone worries for Castle. I demand bed whopper in the jump boy. I give Vasasu Lementary. Yeah, Michael Essence, Prince Bate, Baby Jack. Hey, wanna bebe, Ghana blasters, Nana nyami de crying. Yeah, Bessamona, Chumo time cost rubber for my Ghana blasters. Yeah, dear, you know your go. Yeah, the Bible, the time was I want to see up here. I want young tete. As well could not do it. Ghana might have a chill. So I know. In what cup and I did the Albubida. See you when you know the most wobble. It's in the Jimmy in the South Forward and Kabuni Day, Dino Kurpana wobble, blasters, check on one so watch the ball with the move front tower, pass our man, share. Strong defenders are also to pressure or the ball let the about crying, share. But I without that chin, we freeze the time on us, man, tell when. Wanna bebe, blasters. Nana nyami de crying. Yeah, Bessamona, Chumo time cost rubber for my Ghana blasters. Yeah, dear, you know your go. Jerry, I come in Popo. Jordan, are you? Go. Adam Farase, catch. Emmanuel, Frimpon, go. Robbie Mohammed, go.
101.9 FM.
To the right, to the left. Come on.
Stars, hey, God is with us, Ghana Black Stars, yeah. God is with us, Ghana Black Stars. See you,
Robert